All right, good morning everyone and welcome to the live stream for this morning. Hopefully I'm going to try to keep it as a regular event for 6 a.m. Eastern time until the event. And you know, this is all it is really is waiting for the event to happen. There's a lot of tripwires tripping, and my mouth is normal, so that's great. Great job with the dentist. Hey Spartan, how are you? Good morning. Good morning, conspiracy realist, or good afternoon, what it is for me. For me, it is high noon, which brings me to the discussion today. I'm getting confused. Data1v4 has released another video claiming Atlas is definitely gone. I know I'm not into a confirmation thing back and forth. No, really for the last 2 or 3 days, I've been working this sun angle, this sun issue, and getting a root canal and having to work. So that's just another tripwire of many tripwires that we've had. Space Force not being mocked, Space Force being established during the pandemic, NORAD being in lockdown before the pandemic. The UFO conspiracy is no longer a conspiracy. It is as real as the false prosecution of General Flynn. Facts have added up to something. So no, I don't have anything to say about Atlas right now. And Data is a friend, so we're going to disagree. We're built to disagree. The thing that we can do is disagree amicably. So I have nothing further to say because I've really not done much research. What I can say is that where I look in the night sky last night, where Atlas is supposed to be, there it is. And we don't have many bright flashy green stars, but there's a bright green flashy star where Atlas is supposed to be. And there's a bright white flashy thing where Venus is supposed to be. And it goes for all the comets that I can see them. And Data must do his science. I can't stop his science. And I don't want him to stop my research and my pursuit. Just because he says something doesn't mean I'm going to stop it. But what I am going to do at this juncture is I've got a couple of links in the show notes down below, and they are links fascinating actually, and I hope to get to do it at some point today. A way to measure your shadow and find the true angle of the sun. So this takes away location. I mean, not takes away location. Location is important for you and time of day, but that the confusion of those two things really are put aside in this one physicist mathematician's process of determining where you are and what the angle of the sun is. So what I need is independent verification. I'm not an overlord. I am a person that senses tripwires, and I try to take everything I can to ground with the information that's available independently. And of course I'm going to go to Data's channel and I'm going to look at what I see. If I see something I disagree with, I'm going to make a polite comment. You know, Data, do you think this is this? Because he's done the same courtesy to me in his comments that a lot of you guys don't see. But you know, he's commented to me, look, Charles, take a look here. Really? You know, and there's no more comment. He's just left a breadcrumb for me to follow, and they've been amazing. So if he says it, he's got good reason for him to say it. I will go check it out. If I have something to say, I'll make comment on his video, and I'll comment during the next live stream. So on that note, I am going to move away from the Sun and Venus. I had the good word before I started up. Venus and Sun leads, breadcrumbs, pursuits, angles, if you will, and because I've left information for you to do your own research. I'm not here to convince anybody. uh, and really that right now is not as important as Atlas and Venus. So I do have to, I mean Atlas and Swan. So I do have to go look at those two again and spend time. And as if you have any free time, and if you have the availability to download YouTube videos, download all the time teams, because if there's something happens and you have access to that device due to a Faraday cage, great. If you don't have, if nothing happens, doesn't matter, great, you still have access to time team. And that's the way you do investigations, bit by bit, layer by layer, stratigraphy, if you will, and analysis of what you have. You don't jump to conclusions. Well, of course you do jump to conclusions, and you're allowed to do that. But for those conclusions to be instantaneously vilified and not giving somebody the ability to go have a think on things, and then come back with some stronger observations and conclusions, well, that's just unfair. But that is the way humanity is. So I'm going to put the sun to one side. I'm going to put the investigations of Venus to one side, because it really doesn't make much of a difference at this point, because we are 4 days away from the end of the Islamic holiday of Ramadan, and their eschatology. We have the Hopi tradition, and so the sun is going to do what it's going to do. I really want to refocus my efforts in this project on Atlas, Swan, and the intersection, and just really doing a deep dive on that. So that is going to be the focus of the 1 o'clock live stream, and I'll do as much analysis on this as I can. But you know, if you're bored, if you have some time, you can do these calculations. You don't have to do it at the noonday sun. You just have to note what time you do it and where you are in the world, and then do the simple math. Yeah, that's that's the beauty of the boiling frog theory. I'm looking at the comments right now. That's the beauty of the boiling frog theory, is that you have the ability to numb a people, so you begin to doubt your own observations. Okay, that's a good conspiracy, a slow roll, and anybody that knows how to do anything well on any project knows you don't just start it up, you have some meetings and go, because for every action there's always an opposite reaction. For anything that I put forward that's new or different, everybody's going to have an opposite reaction. I got in a comment war under one of my videos because somebody came in just rude as they could be, and they debunked everything that I've been saying for the last month because they watched 20 minutes of a video. And the comment, boy, I mean, those keyboard warriors, copy paste, boom, canceled. Okay, well, here's your ignorance. And all this person is going to be able to produce about an icy comet is copy paste words. There's no photographic proof of all of the time that we've spent on comments and what we've pulled from the information of comments. There's just no proof. So anybody that comes to this concept of comments are not made of ice, they're going to just have an instant rejection. You know, the Newtonian law applies to everything in the universe. Math is beautiful. Even in personalities, I mean, you can do the calculations. You can pretty much say, okay, this is how this is going to end up, because we can determine this person's level of patience and how they react to a situation. Mine, I have very little patience anymore in my life, and that's what happens when you get old. Versus another person's patience and aptitude to listen to nonsense. So those are mathematical equations that you can apply to a situation, and then come up with a pretty good idea of how things are going to go. So I don't have patience for copy paste keyboard warriors because we do deep dive analysis here. So that's what's going to be happening on our channel, on our 1 o'clock live stream. So I'll do as much research as I can, and I also have to work here shortly. So I will be signing off momentarily here in the next 4 minutes, so I can get ready for work and go to town on that aspect. I will keep. Oh Jesus! I did that. Sorry. Yeah, man, I'm a lousy producer. I can't figure out how to have the volume controls in this app next to the music controls. So I'm trying to be a little smoother about this. All right. Sorry. Ugh. Guys, I apologize. So in 4 minutes, we are going away from the sun and we're going away from Venus, and I've left resources for you to pursue your own pursuits there. I hope you do. And please do not try to prove me right. Please try to bring the numbers and the math to prove me wrong. Copying paste text will draw nothing but my contempt, because I can copy paste text too. I cannot dispute photographic proof. I cannot dispute good solid numbers from the data pulled from the observations. And so, and those observations on comet scientists are not done by, oh, look at this picture. Oh, I see ice there. What they do is they have devices that detect certain levels of chemical signatures and elements. Element signatures, hydrogen, oxygen. So they have devices that can measure those things. There's nothing that has gone except for a probe to be able to measure ice and water, and those have come up with zero. What they have come up with a lot, though, is a lot of hydrogen and a lot of oxygen. Now, their PhDs allow them to make the conclusion that, oh, well, that's icy water. But roll it back a little bit, and the fact is you have hydrogen and oxygen. You have nothing to lead to the conclusion of icy water. And then you have to discount all the background noise that you have in your journey and your travel, and you have to reduce those numbers, and then that leaves very little oxygen and very little hydrogen that comes from the actual planet of the actual comet. These are not asteroids; these are comets. So so there we are with that. We're going back to focusing on Atlas. We're going back to focusing on Swan, and we're going back to focusing on the intersection of these two, and we're going back to studying the electric universe so we can try to make an accurate prediction as to what is going to happen, okay? So the mystery of the sun title is going away, and Atlas and Swan are coming back in. I got a minute for questions. I will leave the chat up, and if I see things slow down in the chat, I will then bring that down as well later on, as the day progresses. But we're going back. The Breadcrumbs Project is picking up the trail of Atlas and Swan, and we're leaving the trail of Sun and Venus for those that choose to pursue it. All right. We're counting down the days. If something happens, we're ready. If nothing happens, no harm, no foul. And this channel continues, and these efforts continue as well. And analysis will continue to happen. I'm going to do it anyways. I'm not going to cancel myself because I get one prediction wrong. And I've not asked anything of you that's not outside of what you normally do eventually anyways. All right. Questions. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Just typing to you guys right now. Patrick Berg, to answer your question, you're going to have to ask the Hopi about that. You can contact the Hopi tribes. I'm guessing you're in the States, so contact a Hopi expert on that. I'm not going to comment on that. Good morning, Eldon, and all that stuff. You can join me in the 2 o'clock. Patrick, are you trolling me? Because I don't have time for trolls today. So I've got 1 more minute. All right, then you can slow down on the comments and then come back to the actual. This is just a quick communication with y'all. Okay, okay. Um, then I have a lot of videos already posted on my channel that addresses a lot of these issues, and then um, come back at 1 o'clock Eastern time. But I can't go into all the details right now because I have 2 minutes before I have to go to work. But I have all of this data for you in many videos on my channel, and they're short 10 to 15-minute videos. No, May 1st is just Patrick Berg's interpretation of I'm not sure what right now. The event is happening May 23rd around Ramadan, and not around Ramadan, at the end of Ramadan. I'm not Muslim. I'm Judeo Buddhist in my belief system. So that is I hate to say misinformation. May 1st has come and gone. We're talking May 23rd, Patrick. So we're a very friendly group. We just have to take one question at a time. We're doing an investigation here. Hey, Sugar Shock. I am signing off, and the comment thread will be open. Many folks will come in and out. No, I'm basing all of my time on American time, and it's Eastern time, which is Washington D.C. time. So the internets do great calculations. Every time I do time zone calculations, I bomb them. I'm just the worst at time zone calculations. I don't know why. So I trust the internet to do this work for you. 1 p.m. Eastern. The comment thread is going to stay open. And be polite. Think good thoughts. Do good deeds. Say good things. And we are cool. And I will see you guys at 1 p.m. And also, I'll be active in the comment thread as well. 2 to 3 minutes before the top of each hour. All right. Hey, Dancer Biker Dance. All right, guys. I will see you in a little while. Hey guys, and girls, I had my appointment cancel, and I think they only canceled because I canceled on them last week. So I think it was tit for tat, but that's how clients go. Um, Dawn, uh, yes, your observations are great, and if you get a chance to make it to the 1 o'clock live stream, and it goes for 3 or 4 hours, I just want you to know that I'm going to go. I always go um, through the process of Christianity is a Jewish religion. And so you're not going to like what I hear. Oh, you're not going to like what I say. I'm saying you're not going to like what you hear. And I'm just trying to put this as kindly as possible because it's a little bit like sandpaper to a lot of people who've really focused in on what we call what I call the life and ministry of Yeshua. So that is what the Testament is. It is nothing new about it. Everything that Yeshua talks about is fundamentally a Jewish tradition, belief, and part of and everything that he says, all of his brilliant uh, teachings are based on a book called the Talmud. So the Jewish people, along with the Jewish faith, have two things that are very important to the basis of their belief. One is Torah, and what has happened is with all the wonderful kindness and lovingness of trying to do the right thing, uh, the people that really embrace the teachings of Yeshua have adopted the book and combined it with their book and then just take pieces and parts to build a religion. Catholicism is by far the guiltiest, and that's why there's so much Protestant belief, is because Catholicism is really picky and choosy about what they publish and talk about and are willing to talk about. I mean, the dogma is really thin within the Catholic community, but the Torah is thick, the Talmud is thick, and the life and times of Yeshua are very thick. And there's just been a lot of editing in the Testament. Okay? So there are books and writings that are just not flatly allowed in the canon of what is called the Bible. Now, one of the most important things, Dawn, and I'm not looking at the comments section, by the way, one of the most important things that and one of the things that hit me so hard when I finally, it took me 10 years to read the Bible, Dawn. It took me 10 years. You can't go from page 1 to page 0 of the Holy Bible in a sitting down reading. There's just too many concepts to get through. There's too many things to understand. I'm an engineer by trade, and I'm not a scientist, so I'm not obligated to carry doctrine. I have to prove or disprove something. An engineer doesn't go by doctrine, or engineers don't go by academia. Especially, I mean, if you're in a university, the engineering section of the university, if you have one, they never talk to the academics because it's just frustrating. Because academic sciences are really just in such la-la land anymore, you know? So engineers have to be on their own track, and engineers don't become scientists very often because an engineer proves or disproves something. An engineer uses real science. Real science is you have a theory, and your theory may be very good, but until we can reproduce the aspects of science that support your theory, it's good conversation. That it's peer reviewed means nothing to anybody. And that's the fallacy of what's happened in science. And that's the big reproducibility crisis in science, and it's the reproducibility crisis within Christianity. So Christians, when confronted with something, will get angry. That's their initial thing, because it's just, I have to defend this. A Jew, and an Orthodox Jew, if you challenge something of an Orthodox Jew, sit down. Come on, let's talk. Let's pull out Torah. Let's pull out Talmud. And they reach out to the library, and you have nothing, and they have everything. And look, let's talk some more. Let's reason together. I make a lousy Jewish impression, but it's the reality. So Christians is tough to challenge you. You have to go running to a minister, and they have to tell you what you think, and they have to point you to one thing. But you don't have an understanding of the testament of the friends of Christ, and the basis of everything that Christ taught is in Torah and Talmud. So if you want to be an engineer of God, you have to study the basics of engineering. You just don't come up and say, I know how to build a bridge, guys, cheaply and quickly. We see what happens. I can build a bridge and guarantee it, certify it, and insure it. I have engineering certifications that prove my abilities, and there's an insurance company that's willing to say, yeah, he's proven beyond a reasonable doubt that he can build a bridge. Well, what about the scientists at the university? I'm not going to insure a word that those guys say, because I can't reproduce their science. I can reproduce an engineer's. So that's just something that we have to appreciate. And then there are the older Indian religions that go far beyond Judaism, because Judaism is roughly between 3,000 to 5,000 years old, depending on who you talk to. But Jews and scientists are willing to agree. Yeah, there's not a big argument from the Jewish community that their faith, which is built on just one family, and that's the family of Jacob Israel, which saved Egypt and then was enslaved in Egypt, and there was such a hue and cry from the Jews or the Israelis that that finally the God that these people worship and sacrifice to manifested himself to Moses and said, Moses, you got to go talk to Pharaoh. And it became a confrontation. The God of Pharaoh, who was a real God, an acknowledged God in Torah, and a part of the pantheon of gods, the God of Israel, of Jacob Israel, and the Jews didn't say, guys, I'm it. I'm the only thing that's happening here. Boom. No. He had to go to war with the God of the Egyptian people, the gods of Pharaoh. They had confrontation. They did magic. Okay, we see Cecil B. DeMille, and we're trying to interpret what everybody was seeing, but there was real magic happening, and the God of Jacob Israel's family, of the nation of Israel, got so into it that he put 10 curses, boom, one after the other, so much so that Pharaoh said, "Uncle, you guys out of here." Then within a few days, he figured out, oh my God, that's my entire middle class. Those are all my engineers. They know everything, how everything works around here. They just took all the gold. Get them. You guys get back here. No, we're not coming back. You guys get back here. No. Moses, what? Go. Let's cross the river. All right, close. And Pharaoh's armies are gone. And so there's documentation in many ways, if you want to read Egyptian papyri and many writings on Egyptian stone that allude to those events. But the nation of Israel is not the nation of Israel in history, those Jews are Sumerians. They are Sumerians in origin. I've got to go quickly, guys. But that's why if you're anti-Jew, if you're a Jew hater, you are an anti-Semite. It's not that you just hate Jews. You have something in you that makes you hate the Sumerian nation. We don't know what it is because people aren't taught hating Jews. It's just something that's natural and ingrained in humanity. So that's where I start. All right, guys. I've got to go. I'll keep an eye on the comment thread as best I can, but I got to pay bills. So I'll see you guys. If another appointment cancels, I'll come back on. If not, get ready for 1 p.m. I hope I didn't offend anybody. I don't mean to. That's just my science. This is the Breadcrumbs Project. This is not a democracy here. This is a strict investigation that has little time for political. Wait, I got to give y'all something. All right, bye. All right, guys. Y'all have had a fantastic conversation. I couldn't be more pleased in keeping the thread open and keeping everything going. I mean, that's just that to me is is rewarding in such a great way. Welcome back, Dawn. Shane, I am not going, and I can only be here for 10 minutes. I had a break, and usually I just enjoy the moment, the scenery, what have you. But this conversation is so great. But you just did something amazing. You just did something amazing, Shane. And I hope you picked up on it, Epic. All of a sudden, all right. Let me ask you something, guys. For as long as you've been in any kind of as long as you've been in any kind of science, what have they been telling you about a meteor and what it's made of? Sorry, I just had a little bump. What have they been telling you? Not a meteor, but what have they been telling you a comet is? What have they been telling you a comet is? For as long as I've known, a comet is made of ice. And this ice, at its icy core, contains all of the, make some adjustments, contains all of the ingredients and how the solar system started, and it's just a big ball of ice. And then all of a sudden, there's no ice at the surface, so the story goes, well, that ice is at the core of it. Yes, no, Charles, you're a moron. You're just a moron, okay? There's dust. Okay, now we see the dust, but at the core of a comet is the ice that holds everything together. So now we have the iron core, the metal core of the. When did a comet ever have a metal core?
NASA, JPL. So this is the misinformation that just drives me insane, you know. And if we do not have an event occur, then I'm going after these guys. This is so much misinformation in the system because we've done flybys of comets, we've landed stuff on comets, and I am certain that those comets had electromagnetic sensors that would detect an iron core at the center of a comet. And the fact is, there's no iron core there. It would have been detected. That's easy. So this is why I want to go back to Atlas. This is why I want to go back to Swan. I want to start clearing up the misinformation that we have and challenging what they are telling us. Because actually, if you want to get to the heart of it, I don't think these comets have ever been dust, rock, or ice. I think they've always had a metallic surface, and that's why they are glowing green. So what happens in when these projectiles are moving so fast through through the electromagnetic field of of the electromagnetic field and the ionized field of the sun, they generate static electricity I talk about, that coma that we keep talking about. That is not outgassing. That is caused by static electricity, and that electricity is generated by these projectiles moving so fast through that excited electrical field that also has electromagnetic properties. It's an ionized field, and it's a heavily electromagnetic field, heavily influence electromagnetic field. But what happens is it depends on what that comet is made of, is the color it will reflect. So that's how you have electromagnetic spectroscopy. And spectroscopy allows you to analyze substances by um, the uh, the particles it gives off in an excited state. So electromagnetic microscopy is something that is done often, but also uh, 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 the what and we know this. I mean, I'm trying to simplify, but we do have a simplification, and that is if we send copper or something that has a copper type coating through an excited state, it will give off a green glow. So that's suddenly why the sudden miraculous explanation of this metallic core is because Atlas and Swan both have um, both are metallic in nature. All of the comets that we are seeing that are giving off green glow, all five of them uh, are metallic in nature because they're all giving off green glows. And as Epic has made clear, and I've made clear here in Spain and in Epic in Kent, England, we see Comet Atlas where it has been. It has not moved its orientation much at all over the last month that we've been told to look at it. And they've been lying to us. And I hate to say they and lying, but it's clear because they keep telling us it's a it's it's an 11. It's gonna get really bright. It's gonna get up to a magnitude 3 or 4. And then oh no, it's destroyed, and it's debris going through through space, and it's there's nothing left. I mean, and Epic and I individually, not on this channel, are both seeing the same green glow. So all the misinformation and the nonsensical pictures that we've gotten from Hubble just do not match up with with what our eyes are telling us. I don't know how many people are on the thread here in the comment thread that are from the South, but you know, we have a very old saying: "Who am I going to believe? You, NASA, or my lying eyes?" Because that green glow has been there right next to Venus without changing, actually getting brighter, you know. And then that's what happens. Oh, it's debris. It's oh my gosh, it's pieces. It's 3 pieces. It's 5 pieces. It's 80 pieces. Still can't explain really what caused it to go into pieces. But then all of a sudden, these pieces or this piece got brighter all of a sudden. No explanations, because all of a sudden 2 years ago, year and a half ago, comets became unpredictable. Although through hundreds of years, we've been able to predict comets. Halley's Comet, that's why it's Halley's Comet. It's predictable. Halley said it was coming back at this date. Boom, there it was. So, you know, everybody that is going to aha me with a copy and paste from NASA or JPL, I mean, I'm going to rip you. I don't have time for that. In the sudden piece of misinformation that Atlas had a steel core, I mean, it's Hubble, people, and there are other telescopes in space now that are better than Hubble. And we have telescopes galore, radio telescopes. We could be getting so much information about these comets, but man, it's just not there. It's just not there, and it is. You know, that's why we have to. That's why I chase the leads that I have to chase, because nobody else is doing the work. But there's so many curious things happening that I have to question these things, and the questions are not being answered satisfactorily by people that we pay millions and millions and billions of dollars to and for. If what is happening, which I think it is, and I think the clear effort at misinformation is indicative of the problem that I think, you know, indicative of the event, not the problem, indicative of the event, you know, then we're on the right track. But if anybody wanted to, and you guys know, we've had government trolls in this room, and they weren't very good trolls, were they, Epic? So they know about us, they know what this project is doing, and there's not only me, but there's so many pages, and the people of NASA, like Ray, won't respond to me about this thing about how what comets are made of, you know, and everybody in the astronomical community that's looking at my page in frustration can't come back with the facts to challenge me. So right now, I mean, they are swollen. They are looking at the NASA web pages just like we are every day. You don't think I'm looking at NASA? You don't think I'm looking at JPL for updates? And the updates that we get are so weak. So no, it's weak what they're doing, and it is great. I think if the reason they are weak is combining with the event, they have to be weak. They can't provide any information because it's not time to do so. And I totally agree with that. If this is going to happen on the 23rd, you know, we're going to start seeing strange things happening. This is what the media will start being fed closer to the event, so they can say, hey, 24 hours, guys, indoors, get indoors. This is not a joke. This is a space event. Then we'll know I'm right. So it'll be the 22nd, 23rd that they'll start really, but they're going to start they're going to start turning up the heat slowly and slowly and slowly, because I don't believe them. My eyes rarely lie to me. Sometimes with a few cocktails in college and in New Orleans, they may have been fibbing. They may have been making the scene a little better than I truly should have known, but that's human, you know? We are influenced. Sometimes we see what we want to see. Sometimes it's not the effect of New Orleans, it's just the constant pounding of misinformation that we just can't believe the truth when it hits us. So, no, Dawn, I'm supposed to be monitoring that, but I have so much to pay attention to right now. So anyways, I'll get into the details of Atlas and Swan. I've got to get ready for my next meeting. So I'm keeping an eye on the thread, and Epic, you're doing a great job of monitoring. I'm going to guess that ZZZZZ got bumped from the page. If so, great, because right now we have to get rid of so much static. We have to start separating the wheat from the chaff. We got to separate the fly shit from the black pepper, because I want to put black pepper on my steak tonight. I don't want to put fly shit on there. So I got to go through and start getting the static out of the channel. I've gone from, as anybody would, I've gone from just, let's chat it up, to when the trolls start coming in and we start getting misinformation. I gotta let you go, man. There's too many people that have so much valuable information, good thinking, and clarity to a subject that can add so much to the conversation that I want to have good information. All right, guys. See you guys at 1 p.m. Eastern. This is the last. I'll be in the comment thread, but I won't come back on until 1 p.m. I've got so much to do. All right. And it's a beautiful day on top of that, so I want to get in a little bit of a beautiful day. Yay, Epic. Thank you so much. Big bro hug. Big bro hug. I mean, that takes a lot of weight off of me, I don't want to be the heavy here all the time, so it's nice to have another heavy there too. You've earned stripes. You've earned not only stripes, but you've earned the best stripes of all, field stripes. All right, guys. Please gather as much information that's out there about Atlas and Swan as possible. Post it in the comment thread, because I can't go look right now. That's not what I'm paid for when I'm in meetings. And when somebody has paid me consulting time, I can't do that. So please post as much fresh information in the comment thread for us to review before our 1 o'clock meeting, okay? 1 o'clock Eastern. One of the key things about being a success as a project manager and a team leader is you don't make the decision. You don't present all the information at a meeting and then make a decision at the meeting. You present as much information as possible before the meeting, okay? And you make sure everybody is as up on the information as possible before the meeting. And if they have any questions, and if they're confused by anything, you clarify that before that meeting. Because that half-hour meeting has to be, all right, guys, you know what's up? Is there any last-minute questions before we move on to the next part of this project? So meetings aren't really for open discussion. Do as much information as you can before our 1 o'clock meeting. Because we're going to have a lot of people come in that are going to have misinformation, all this kind of stuff, and we have to have our responses ready as a project. And I'm the project manager. And I want to make sure you guys are as informed on what we are working on right now. And what we are working on is the focus of an EMP. And the information from the people that have all of the equipment that should be able to give us great information are not giving it to us. So we have to infer as much as possible. If we can drag an electrical engineer into this conversation, they would help us greatly, again, re-examine the mathematics of the coma, the size of the coma, the distance between the cores of these comets, and when does the actual event happen? When the Birkeland currents unite, or when the Birkeland currents are together, or when the Birkeland currents separate, which is what I think. When the Birkeland currents separate is when we get the big old ow. But it also could be when, ow, you shocked me. But when does that happen? When you first hit, or when it pulls apart? When does the actual shock happen? I need some help from some electrical engineers. I will see you guys 1 p.m. Eastern time. Oh, I'm going to be unemployed. All right, guys. Thanks so much. Bye. Alright, as you probably can guess, whenever you hear the music, I'm coming back into the stream. I just can't get over how productive and what good work is being done in the stream, guys. And Epic, you're doing great. Whenever you hear the music, I'm coming back into the stream. I just can't get over how productive. Carol, I'm gonna guess has a couple of years and would probably be considered a boomer. Epic, and I'm not saying this out of disrespect, but being a network engineer and having 30 years of just sheer tech support experience, because every computer network engineer is basically first things first is a desktop engineer. Anybody that's in the army, no matter what your rank is, first things first is you're a soldier. You got to be a soldier. I mean, you're not always going to have the luxury of everything you have when you're in the army and you're at war. If your camp is invaded, that general has to be able to pick up that weapon and be as much of a soldier as a private. So any network engineer has always the core of desktop support and supporting users. And I would say, Carol, be as much of a soldier and no offense at all. So always the core of desktop support. I wouldn't be as demanding. And I appreciate your participation, Carol, because you've been here since the beginning. And Carol pops in with some ideas, and I really don't hold anybody to, hey, copy and paste your source, because we talk things out a good bit. But again, can anybody do some copying? I'll take copy and paste right now. Can anybody copy and paste any fresh information on Comet Atlas and Comet Swan? What are you finding out there? Can anybody? Are you finding, like me, not much information on Comet Atlas? And just don't you find that very strange? And Shane, you hit the ball out of the park using a baseball analogy. Yes, these two objects, that kinetic energy, and going through the ionized space that is the inner solar system close to the sun, and these two objects that have weak gravitational fields, which creates its own magnetic fields. These two comets made, I think now, yeah, they are metal, but they're going through one's coming up, one's coming down. They're going through at great speed, so they're building up this massive dynamic charge. And Shane, yeah, they're going through one's coming up, one's coming down. They're going through at great speed. So yeah, you're right. They're like two billiard balls colliding, and it's not the two the two comets don't have to collide. They may. Yeah, you're right. That may be what's actually happening, and we don't know because all we get is misinformation from the state, from all the states that have all the eyes to look up at these comets, and they keep telling us it's disintegrated. But yeah, it's not the comets themselves that have to collide, and if they did collide, that would be a spectacular event. It would not be a world-ending event, but it would be a spectacular event. But just their two electrical fields colliding, intersecting, and then the Birkeland current pulling apart. And the Birkeland current is that lightning effect that you have. That could very well be what is happening. That lightning effect that you have. That could very well be what is happening. Epic. Can Data's work be trusted? You just got to piece together what you can. But I dig it. Oh, there's video playing in the background. God dog it, I cut that out. You shouldn't be there. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Do a bunch of asterisks. I gotta stop that video thing. I pulled it out of... That's so weird. Alright. Before I come in, I'll remember to take the audio down, period. So yeah. If the comets impact, that will be a spectacular event. If their electrical fields impact, like I first talked about, that'll be a spectacular event. If when they come apart, that could also be another spectacular event. Irregardless, we have three great possibilities of spectacular events. The loud boom will be heard everywhere, Black Sunshine. Yeah, the loud boom will be heard everywhere. It's going to be epic. Not epic, I mean, you get it. Reading the comments now. C-137. We have flooding. We have these strange events. Go follow Igor on Against the Grain. He speaks volumes about these kind of strange flooding events and the odd Fukushima earthquake, tsunami event, and all, and how that was actually generated. But these comets, in retrospect, seem to have, and Igor has proven that these comets have really disastrous consequences on the surface of our planet. And throughout history, comets have been forebears of bad things. Nothing's crashing to Earth. No. Nothing's crashing to Earth. And I'll make the point tonight if I have to again. those that have created us, those that have populated the planet with us, those that have created this planet, those that created this incredible solar system, which is beyond unique, um, have have great value for us. You know, if you were into looking their garage, we are probably their Rolls Royce. You know, so who's going to open? And Rolls Royce being the finest car that they have in their fleet, let's just say that, or their Lamborghini. I mean, if you're a boomer and around that age, you know, Rolls Royce is the finest car you're going to find. And if you're a millennial and below, then it's a Lambo. So we're the Lambo, we're the Rolls Royce, and they're not going to take a hammer to us. No, we're unique. We have studied well over 5,000 solar systems that are close by, and none of them look like us. And I've made that point. You can do your own research on that as well. You know how many solar systems, but they leak nonsensical things. Oh, we found a planet that's just like Earth. You go look at the data, and it's like nothing like Earth. You look at the true raw data that they provide, and it's just nothing like Earth. But NASA and JPL can say what they want because no one's there to challenge them. Uh, if you look at Deep Impact, the Deep Impact program, which is where NASA, and this was from a comment thread that I had this morning. This person just told me how much of an idiot I was because comets are made of ice. And then I provided information. She said, and I said, look, we've hit, and I was very rude because she was rude. If you're coming at me rude, I'm going at you rude. This is how we do things. So you're polite to me, I'm more than polite to you. But I provided proof, and I said, NASA had a program where they shot a projectile at a comet, and they didn't find any water or ice. And I did some copy and pasting. Maybe they found ice, and there's words right there. Maybe they definitely found dust with Deep Impact program, very loose dust, even finer than the finest powder snow, because all of this dust is just held together by a weak gravitational field. And the same with the rock; it's very, very, very loose. So that they know for sure. But then the word maybe appears by the ice. Everything else in their observations is just conclusive, but always before the word ice is maybe. And then we had the European Union with their space probe that made it to Comet 67P. Look it up, and that program was called. Man, I've been quoting it all the time. Rosetta. And Rosetta, because this was the program that was going to be used to decipher comets. They were going to get the fundamental answers to the comets. So with the Rosetta Stone, we were able to interpret what hieroglyphs said. Same thing over here with this program. We're going to interpret what comets said and what they were. And the Rosetta, just like every other comet chaser that's in space, they had to catch up to this fast-moving comet and then get into orbit with this comet, take tons of photographs of the comet before even doing the really hard science. And the hard science is landing a probe called Philae onto the surface of this comet, which they fully expected to be consistent with ice, because everything that they have learned said ice. All the NASA JPL programs, who are the only other people that have been able to make it to a comet, said, well, it's not on the surface. You see, the ice on the surface. Well, that's come on, think about it. That ice on the surface is what's vented off. Well, if this thing has been going around since 4 billion years, yeah, I think all the ice is going to be vented off. Don't you think, NASA? Are you talking down to me? No, JPL, don't you think that if this thing is over 4 billion years old, like your research says, that by now, going around the sun so many times, that the ice would have gassed away, right? I mean, there's not an infinite supply of ice on a comet. JPL goes, are you talking down to us? We have just said that ice is the core of a comet. So this lander that you're designing, European Union, has to have little metal probes, and you have to go at it at a good speed so those probes will hit the surface and embed themselves into the ice. Epic, you're probably getting tired of the same story of Rosetta, but it's just retelling the same story with details. You know, you go look it up and you go see the videos, and that's what the European Union had planned for because NASA JPL had told them that's what to plan for. And here comes the day that this multi-million-dollar probe, and look, the European Union doesn't have NASA JPL money, all right? And we have, you know, private consortiums now as well. So this is big stuff for the European Union. And they should have gone with their initial thought that there's not a lick of ice on that dadgum comet. Because every picture and every bit of analysis that anyone's done, and you can see it in their faces too, when that thing bounced, they were furious. Because initially they wanted to do a soft landing on the surface. But no, they were talked down to, and that thing had to embed itself. And what it do, like I talked about last night, that Philae probe that was launched from the Rosetta satellite, which was the probe to do all the hard science, didn't come down like, you know, crazy fast, but it came down at a good clip so that it would embed itself. Well, you know, it's not made of ice. It's not made of, the core is not made of metal. It's loosely compacted, uh, dust and rock with a weak gravitational field. So it's like going into a soft ball. You know, it goes boom, boom, and then all that gravity is going to push back. Boom. So that lander got pushed back. Thankfully, it wasn't going so fast, and the weak gravitational field of the comet, which again is unexpected. Every time they talk about that gravitational field and all everything that they learned about a comet, both deep probe, deep impact, and Rosetta, was surprise, made of ice. So it's this brainwashing, and so now we have these green comets that are obviously metallic, and they suddenly that Atlas has a metallic core. I don't get it. But we're coming back at 1 o'clock. Let me ask if there are any specific questions that you guys may have. Let's see, I'll do it over here. Just typing on one of the devices to see. And by the way, Epic, have you noticed that the stream has been good? No stalling, except for my ability to be a good producer and board guy. But I think I've got a lot of the technicalities down with the streaming service itself. I have to have a small screen like this. I can't blow myself out because I don't have a system that is multimedia capable. So if there is no event, then next month I will get a multimedia capable computer that can render better and faster, and then we can blow things out. All right, looks like there's no pressing questions, just further research that we have to do, and and I will see you at 1 o'clock. I will be able to take some time now to do some reports and some paperwork and go for a walk, and then I'll do some research before we go live at 1 o'clock Eastern time. Just checking for questions. No questions. And that's actually that's pretty darn good, because all y'all, okay, that's good Southern right there. That's like, people pay money to hear that kind of Southern happen. That's authentic. All y'all are very, very well informed, and nothing that I'm saying, you may agree or disagree, but nothing is shocking to you, and I think this bodes well. Shane, good night, and God bless you. Thank you for your participation, for your valuable information. You're the one person who's brought some stuff about Atlas, so thank you so much, and we'll see you tomorrow. Let's see. All right. So I am going to let you guys get back to talking. It looks like once I come on, all the good questions go. So we'll see you at the 1 o'clock show. Please do as much research on Atlas and Swan as you can. If there's anything you can add about the Sun or Venus, that would be great. And an electrical engineer would be brilliant. So if you have a family member, a friend, a colleague, I'm not going to ask you to kidnap anybody, because that would be a crime. But there's other ways of persuasion other than kidnapping. But it'd be great to have an electrical engineer who can talk about the Birkeland currents and the impact of these two ginormous electrical spheres hitting. I am an amateur electrical engineer, but there's math and science and math and calculations that can be applied, that a scientist can't apply, but an engineer can. All right, with all of that, one more check. Hey, Abdul May, how loud will it be? I've got to go with what the prophet has said, and what the different religions say. It is going to be an incredibly loud trumpet. So if you can imagine your 5-year-old who's just learning to play trumpet has actually been playing it for many years, and he's 14 now, and he's just blasting it for all it's worth, as a 14-year-old teenager is supposed to do with a horn, and it's pretty much in the same room, I would think that's it. Will it do any damage to your ears? No. No, it won't do damage. Again, we have to trust the plan. We have to have faith in our Creator here. Okay? Did the Creator say anything, or is there any eschatology saying protect your ears? Is there anything from any of the prophets saying that you will go deaf from this event? And you can't just take one religion and one writing. As Dawn said, and as we made the point earlier, that religion is each religion is part of the puzzle of God. So not one religion has all the answers, nor should it, nor will it, nor were they meant to, because of the whole principle of the Tower of Babel, which the Muslim tradition subscribes to, the Jewish tradition subscribes to, and the Christian tradition subscribes to. So that's a bulk of the Western religions that subscribes to the fact, all right, we are going with the fact that it's going to be a bright light, there's going to be a loud sound, and then God is going to make His presence known. And that's what all the puzzle pieces. There are outliers of every religion. Revelation is god awful scary, and then there's some other ones that are just like, hey, it's no big deal. Zoroastrianism is like, and they're the original. They're OG. They are OG of religions. So everything after Zoroastrianism is pretty much NKOB. Come on, guys, that's good stuff right there. OG and KOB, New Kids on the Block. So anything after Zoroastrianism is very new. And probably one of those would be, probably the biggest, most significant one would be Judaism, which is basically the fundamental story of the family of Jacob Israel. And their salvation from slavery, and then ultimately settling in in the land of Israel. Inu, yeah, there is a way to know how loud. There is a way, and that's just doing research. You know, Hopi tradition. The Hopi tradition is very clear on how this is going to go down, and there's nothing about, protect your ears or just be inside. The Hopi tradition says be inside when the events start to happen. Bright light, loud sound. Those two things. If the first thing happens, just get inside and stay inside. A loud sound will happen, and it'll be a loud sound. It's not deafening. It's not going to create ear bleed. It's just going to be a loud sound to get everybody's attention. And then God will make his presence known, and the unmasking will happen. The mask will be torn off. This is Hopi tradition. This is not Western tradition. And it's the Hopi that are also saying, the elders of the Hopi tribe have been saying for the last 3 years that the end of the fourth age is happening and the beginning of the fifth age is happening. And if you are a follower of astrology and astronomy, then you have a synchronization here. Then you have the age of Aquarius, the golden age, the fifth age, and they're all kind of happening together. So no, there's nothing to be fearful. Just be inside when you see the bright light and a loud sound. And again, reserve the right to tell you, this is not church. We do involve religion. This is a project, and so I'm not telling you to do something. I'm hoping that we're all researching this together, and that anybody can bring good, solid proof to the table. Yeah, Abdul. Bright light, red dawn. You'll see it. You'll see a sign in the sky. All right, guys. I have got to sign off. So we will see you. We will see you this afternoon, 1 o'clock Eastern, and it'll probably be morning for a lot of people still. But we'll see you there. Thank you so much, and I'll be keeping an eye on the comment thread. Epic, thank you for the good, hard work you're doing. Thank you for being very, very curious and asking great questions, and doing good work keeping the signal clean in the dialogue that's going on, because a lot of people are coming in and out and reading, and I can see by the numbers that there's a lot of traffic generated. Not everybody's talking, but a lot of people are viewing and reading the comment threads. This is heavy for a lot of folks. We take it for granted. I take it for granted. I start talking about, eschatologies, and you can just see people's just fear, and I'm like, oh. Now, many of us alluded to it. There's just so many things you cannot say in public. So here's a place that you can say it, and Epic forever has been doing it. Epic, I'm going to grammar police you. You're terrible with your and your. Your. Y-O-U-R. Your car. Your YouTube channel. Your awesome coffee cup. You are. Y-O-U apostrophe R-E. You are. You are welcome. You are part of this community. I'm gonna start scoring on for punctuation. Thank you so much for what you do, Epic. You've really made this whole thing pull together very well. And I will see you all at 1 o'clock Eastern. Let's see if I can do some good cueing of music and make this happen nicely. Can you hear me now? Sorry, guys. All right, sorry. Um, Let me start from the beginning. The story of Comet Atlas has been a bizarre and uh, non-mainstream media event. It was, it's been the fringe press that has been reporting on Comet Atlas, and then that fringe press has been picked up by um, other more mainstream outlets that have had to quote what's happening with Comet Atlas and what's happening with Comet Swan. So the avenue for for all the information that's come out for Atlas has been um, a website called spaceweather.com. And this is for hobbyists, for really spacey people. This is the place to go. I mean, if you're a planet nut and you love space, this is your website. Spaceweather.com. These are the guys that have been the PR agency for Atlas and for Swan. These are the guys that have the breaking news, okay? And they are the ones that boom, and it kind of filters out. And then there's a secondary push by less mainstream media, more local media, who's looking for, God, are we going to talk about Orange Man Bad again today? All right, let's go through. Let's see what they have. Let's see what they have. Oh, look, there's a comet. Oh, look, it's 5 times the size of Jupiter. So local media picks up on this, and then the chatter starts. And this is kind of how this is the evolution of a good leak. If you're going to leak something and not have it be sensationalized, this is how you do it. You push it through the outskirts of the media, and then suddenly, if questions start arising, then the mainstream media will call NASA and JPL and their PR people, and they're not getting any feedback. The PR people are not getting the responses back from the satellite people and the telescope people. So, oh, we're just busy. Sorry, this is a big event. I'll get back to you. Messages left and emails not responded to. This is how bureaucracy works. This is how NASA and JPL works. So the people that know what's going on and are not really allowed to tell what's going on, and frankly don't want to tell what's going on because it's just hard to explain, and they'd have to do like the Navy. They'd have to reverse course on UFOs. They would have to show what they have. So they can't do that right now. It's not their fault. I'm not mad at them. But there has to be something to explain to the astrophotographers, the amateur astronomers like Ray's astrophotography. It's something that they they suddenly see this big green streaky looking, and right now, frankly, for us, it doesn't look like the streak. We don't see the tail. We just see the green dot. And understand that the tail is something that you capture with photography over time. Or you get a really good shot at it from a good, expensive telescope that has some really good lensing, okay? You got to get up on it. And then you got Hubble, who can see the core of that, unless it's too bright. If the coma is too bright for Hubble to see, it'll just be a white flash, huge flash. And that's what, if it's an electrical event, then that's what you're going to see is white, hot light. Just like if you take a telescope right now and try to focus in on Venus, you're just going to get a big white, overwhelming amount of light. You know, it's kind of like us looking right at the sun. So, if understand the reality of the equation here. If Hubble cannot see the core of Atlas, it can't get past the coma to see the nucleus of that comet, then it's an electrical event. It was so ridiculous about the whole outgassing thing. This object is moving well over, this comet Atlas is moving well over 100,000 miles an hour. That gas is not going to get in front of a projectile that's traveling over 100,000 miles an hour. Okay? And it's certainly going to leave that gas far behind. But it's a large coma, which is 5 times the size of Jupiter, they tell us. From what I can see, that looks about right. And let's see. Let me get to where our chat is. I guess this is a good time as any to talk about. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. Let me bring that fan off. Some stuff was getting really hot earlier. Who said your audio sounds like a fan? All right. Is this any better? Sorry, guys. The point I was making to the outgassing of a comet is that the comet is a projectile that's moving at over 100,000 miles an hour. That thing is moving. So any outgassing would just be a trace behind it. Thanks, Epic. Is my mic on? Testing 1, 2, 3. Okay. Is my mic on? Okay, we're good now. All right, we're good now. Sorry. So there's a delay in the capture, and then the retransmission, and then the upload. So you should be able to hear me fine now, and all normal. Sorry, I'm in Europe, so we don't have central air conditioning, and it's getting warm, and my equipment was getting a little warm, was getting warmed up with all the work I was doing on video and editing. So we're good now. Yes, it's better with the fan off, but my laptop is going to be mad at me, but it'll be all right. So anyways, hey, Michelle, thanks for joining. Everybody, thanks for joining. Everybody's at 31. Good. So basically all I've been saying is that the information we're getting from the media is coming from the fringe to begin with. Daily Mail Online. If you look up Comet Atlas and Daily Mail Online, those are the two press releases everybody was recirculating when this thing first came out, that it had the coma that was 5 times the size of Jupiter. And that was what was regurgitated. The word that Epic uses, that's not my word. That's if it offends. talk to you epic forever. But everybody was just regurgitating that press release that initially came out with by Daily Mail. And really, if you want a great source of all Washington D.C. leaks, they leak to the Daily Mail in London. So those guys leaked, and the only source that was talking about Comet Atlas to begin with, and then Comet Swan, was spaceweather.com. Spaceweather.com is Daily Mail is British. Yes, yeah, based out of London. And any leaks that you want from DC, any dirt that you want from DC, the real news that you want from DC, is in the Daily Mail. You will not find it in any media in the United States. It is just the most amazing phenomenon. Uh, and and I've been in government since birth. Okay, most of you know my dad was American Embassy, State Department, and since birth I've been in federal government politics and knowing what's true and what's bullshit. Because in the American embassy system, because you're going to have to react to what the real news is and what's being pumped out by the media and being leaked by the government to be pumped out by the media. We have to know what is fly shit and what is black pepper. Okay, we have to separate the real from the fabricated. So there's a certain rhythm, there's a certain the life of fabricated news, the life of leaked news has a certain rhythm to it. It's just easy to spot once you've been born into it. But the Daily Mail comes out with the good stuff. That's my source, my number one source of knowing what's going on in the federal government, political and bureaucratic. Daily Mail. They always get it right. So the news came out from them, and I was so overwhelmed and excited about it. I didn't catch that these were leaks. So this wasn't NASA, and this is why the struggle is so powerful. Um, fix the audio. Oh, my mic wasn't plugged in. All right, sorry guys. Thanks, Shu. No, okay. Now we're blasting. So my cat got a hold of some audio cable and was having a great time, and I'm blaming the cat. Like it or not, I'm blaming the cat. So now you hear me perfectly. So I was caught up in what was going on and trying to process the news of Atlas and then suddenly Swan and trying to process it all, that I never saw that this was leaked information. This wasn't sourced information. This was leaked information. This was leaked information from spaceweather.com, which has to be a shadow NASA JPL funded organization that has contacts with the Daily Mail. So Daily Mail had no problem pulling this in, getting the data, leaking it. Two stories, two sensational stories to get attention, and then since it was in the media in a source that was now credible, quasi-credible because it's Daily Mail, then all the secondary media can start picking it up. And so you have all of your local media that is, sorry guys, lot going on. But thanks for the feedback. Thanks for the feedback and getting me up and running and properly working. I will be firing my production manager after this show. He's been terrible. Yep. So he's gone. And then so everything was moving so fast. Everything was moving so fast that it wasn't till today when I got back to thinking about Comet Atlas, Comet Swan, and the misinformation campaign that is now currently going, and that data is data 1B4, my friend, is subject to and part of, because all he can do is quote the stories in the news. Data doesn't have I'm not insulting you, Data. Please don't take this as an insult, but I have a great deal of engineering experience. I have a great deal of basic space studies and knowledge and accumulated wisdom, but
Data does not have the vast amount of experience I have in federal government, and in so many capacities. So, there's been a lot of pieces of misinformation that we've been talked about in this page. It's got an iron core. It's definitely not made of dust and rock. Um, and then that's breaking apart, and that there's just nothing to it. It's just absolutely disintegrated, and the story of its disintegration is just all of that is nonsense, because Epic and I, and those of us who can see, um, yeah, no, he's fired. The sound engineers, he's going with the production manager. They're both packing in and leaving. I mean, had enough of those two. So, so this has been a deliberate case of misinformation, because Epic and I know where to look. Every night he's in Kent and I'm in Spain, in Muxia, and we both see the same thing. Up to the upper right hand corner of Venus is this bright green, flashy thing, and when you look on your software, on your apps that have Comet Atlas, slap bang, that's where it's on. It hasn't dimmed. It hasn't changed, as nothing has happened to it. But all of the pictures that we're getting are sketchy at best, and the information that goes with it is wholly unsupported by cometary science, and not the crap that NASA pumps out, and not the crap that JPL pumps out, and not the crap that that academia pumps out, but the engineers who study comets. Those are the ones you have to talk to and listen to. And those usually end up in the electric universe. That the universe is the strongest, besides love, yes, right. But the strongest energy in the universe is electricity. And all the things that all of the scientists are always surprised. I'm like, God, dog it, guys. If you're always surprised by these things that you see, then maybe you're wrong. I mean, just say, don't say you're surprised. Just say you were wrong, because people are arguing off of your bullshit, right? So I have, that comment thread that went bad with this commenter who just thinks I'm a moron, but she refuses to look at the photography and the facts of a comet. And she just bases her whole life right now and against me that comets are made of ice, but she doesn't have one bit of factual proof. She has written text, but no photographic proof, and no chemical analysis proof. I have the chemical. I don't have it. NASA. It's up on the NASA websites. WikiLeaks. Wikipedia has it. All the photographs that you can look at in the world. I mean, here, the one I can give you right now is of my favorite comet, 67P. So that right there is a comet, and there's just no ice anywhere there. And to really knock a hole in the whole ice theory, the one thing that we did find out from Project Deep Impact from NASA, where they smacked a projectile into a comet, the actual science they came out with was that this object is held together by a super weak gravity, and it is looser than the most fluffiest compact snow that you can imagine. So they reference snow again, but there's no snow there. And everybody that says, well, it's ice at the core, Charles. Well, no, it's not, because listen, it's held together super weakly by a fluffy gravity. So there's no core there. And then you look at this, which is totally an electric effect by two objects that share and repel electrical properties. So you have this happen a lot of times with magnetic files. and you just have unity, but that things pull each other apart too, at their polar opposites. So obviously, one end of this is a has a lot of negative and positive potentiality, and then the other one has also equally positive and negative, but not so strong. But it equally attracts and repels each other, and then the filaments in the middle just is super dusty. I mean, you could probably puff right through there. It has the consistency of styrofoam. You know, that's little styrofoam pellets, little styrofoam balls. So that's an actual comet. It doesn't have a metal core. It doesn't have an ice core. It's just strictly dust and rock held together by a weak magnetic field. And what we have coming our way is these two green comets. We don't have green comets very often. We've had them in the past, but green doesn't tell you. It does tell you. No, it does tell you. It doesn't. It does tell you. Green tells you that there is a something in that object that is interacting with the sun's very excitable super ionized environment that this projectile is flying through, that is causing it to glow green. It's not outgassing green. It's the coma is so huge that it is glowing green. Then there's a secondary source of misinformation, and that secondary source is an amateur, and I use the air quotes amateur, an amateur astronomer, and he is coming out with pictures and quotes about Comet Atlas, and this amateur astronomer is called Michael Jager. Now, Michael Jager is, I'm guessing, Dutch, because it has the umlaut over the A. And he's had a Twitter account active since 2014 and suddenly came alive. He had no tweets, okay? He had no tweets, but suddenly his account, his amateur astronomer account, came alive with Comet Atlas tweets. And it is nothing but Comet Atlas tweets. Good pictures, good discussion, good information, and just a lot of great stuff. And how does he have all that and then suddenly come alive and do all of this? It's a rushed leak operation. This was rushed. They had to pull a Twitter account that they've had dormant, and then they had to give this Twitter account guy a background, let it sit for a little while until it can populate, and then start feeding this account all of this information. Then he is interviewed by this credible but obscure hobbyist website called spaceweather.com, and you look at it, it's definitely getting all its information from the NASA JPL institution. So I'm sure it's funded by those guys secretly. And what can I say? This is classic info ops. A rushed job, and but it's done so classically and masterfully that you have to know what you're seeing before you can identify it. So that's what we're getting right now from Atlas, and the same thing for Comet Swan. Everybody's regurgitating functionally what spaceweather.com is putting out, and then NASA and JPL aren't saying anything. But if they have to say anything, they're building their stories around this fairy tale. So we're back on the hunt, and we still find that things haven't changed since we left, since we went on the diversion of the sun. That was I don't know what happened, Epic, but thank you so much. I've been on a roll. No, Inu, where's cyanide coming from? Okay, let's see. Let me scroll up and see what's happening in the discussion thread. Wow, X-Jack. Oh, wow, I'm glad I didn't see any of that. Oh, I missed it. Yay, Epic. Everybody, thank you for Epic. I didn't have to worry about it. Holy begonias. Madre mia. All right, Inu, we can pick up on the cyanide. They took your Twitter down? Conspiracy when? The Twitter account is... Let's see. Comet 123 Jagger at KOMET123 JAGER. And now for the phonetic alphabet. Michael Jagger at Kilo Oscar Mike Echo Tango 1 2 3 Juliet Alpha Golf Echo Romeo. So he's where a lot of the pictures have been coming from that the media has been using, and then we get the three crappy pictures from Hubble. Dawn, no, Oumuamua. Oumuamua is what was my first tripwire. If you go back into my videos, I talk about Oumuamua a lot. So Oumuamua, again, this was not a NASA official announcement that this thing was a space visitor. This came from the fringe media that talked about Oumuamua, and there was just no information. It was so weak. But they said, first of all, that this was our first interplanetary space visitor. And if you look at its trajectory, and if you look at its path that it came in by, supposedly, but its exit trajectory, first of all, did not follow the expected and calculated trajectory that would have occurred if Oumuamua was influenced by gravity. No. Its trajectory was different. And then it sped up. It left our solar system at 192,000 miles per hour on its last clocked, somewhere where it should have been maybe at 40 or 60,000 because it had done its perihelion, and maybe 80,000, 192,000 miles per hour. And this is supposedly a tubular-shaped lump of rock. And it's not obeying any of the laws of physics and gravitational influences. Then comes Comet Borisov. So Oumuamua was found by a telescope in Hawaii. And it wasn't found on its inward trajectory. It was on its way out that Oumuamua was found. So, we have all of these interplanetary and atlas and things that are supposed to find these near-Earth objects. Oumuamua was a very, very near Earth object, and it doesn't have an atlas or a swan name. It has a Hawaiian name because it was Hawaii. Did I say Alaska? It was found by an observatory in Hawaii, and Oumuamua means visitor. I mean, hello, McFly. Again, if it walks like a duck, it quacks like a duck, and it sings like a duck, and it does the soft shoe like a duck. If it, whatever a duck looks like, and you describe it and how it behaves, it's a duck. Oumuamua, visitor. It has its own propulsion. It has its own navigation. It was announced when it was on its way out. So obviously, when it was on its way in, and when it was doing, if it had in fact done an orbit around the Earth, we don't know. It probably did orbit the Earth for quite a while, and then it was caught leaving by an observatory. And I don't know, some questions had to be answered there. So yeah, Oumuamua was bad, and then came Borisov, the second interplanetary visitor, and that was last year, and its trajectory, its speed, its behavior was all well. Comets are unexpected. They're just you can't. They're just they're unexpected things. I've never heard those lines with comet ever before. It's a comet because it has an established trajectory. It has an established orbit. So, it's been observed and it's been documented. Halley's Comet. Why is Halley's Comet so famous? Because he had documentation of when it came. They did the mathematics on certain aspects of it, and then he was able to predict its return. And then it came again. It's predictable. And since Oumuamua showed up, suddenly the word unpredictable enters the vocabulary of comets, when before that they were wholly and utterly predictable. So, so all of this fuzzy information on these two incredible objects that are going to intersect around the 22nd or 23rd, depending on where in the world you are, is just fascinating. Fascinating. And it's bullshit. It's stuff that's made out of whole cloth, because we have enough lenses with enough magnification on this earth and off of this earth, and we have enough sensory devices that we can have just a darn good conversation listening to NASA regale us with all the science that they're getting from these objects, and we're getting nothing. What we're getting is worse. We're getting misinformation. And so the pictures and all the information that you see on this Twitter page, Michael, let's see if I can. Let's see if I can do a shot. Oh, and look, yeah, okay, now this makes sense. This is where Data got part of his information, and of course it's published. Oh, okay. Yeah, Data, these guys are just not being honest with us. They really, really aren't. So this is not truthful information. And So let's see. All right. Give me a second, and I'm going to pull up this graphic for you because I'm getting good at this now. And you'll be able to see the Twitter handle of Michael, and then if you pull him up, you can see how long he has been active and how suddenly he comes out with straight atlas information with incredible photographs that most folks, I don't think, could produce. I don't think most folks could produce this. This is someone with a real expertise. All right, here's one. Let me get it in the center of the picture where you guys can see it. And this is an image you've seen a lot. This is an image that you guys have seen a lot of. And this is the guy that's putting them out. So yeah, this is Michael Yeager, the mysterious Michael Yeager, who's an amateur astronomer who is getting these incredible, incredible pictures of Comet Atlas at an angle that frankly he shouldn't be getting. If I have any astronomer folks out there, if you look at that angle is from a satellite. That is not from any angle of the Earth. So yeah, that's great, dog. But understand that comets and all comets that we've seen and studied are just dust and rock. They don't have dicarbon ethyl glycerine, diatomic carbon. Yeah. And so is that propulsion? I'll buy into that being a propulsion, but it's not anything that you're going to get from rock and dust. Do you still not buy into the theory that comets are just rock and dust? Yeah, fullerenes. Yeah, I mean, what I am saying is that Comet Atlas and Comet Swan are not comets as the textbooks are saying, either ice or ice, which is what the textbooks say, or rock and dust. What I'm saying is that I think Comet Atlas are actual vehicles, and what they use to protect themselves from. Okay, dog. All right, we're good. The comment thread just caught up. All right, so I think that it's part of what they use to insulate themselves from this event, the electrical field that's created by charging through the sun at such high speed. Because also, if you look at these two comets the way I've been looking at them, their trajectories have been adjusted. By the websites, the skylive.com most notably has adjusted the trajectories of these comets, Swan and Atlas both. So they're not obeying the laws of gravity. They're not influenced so much by gravity. They have their own trajectory. And as several of y'all have pointed out, they have gotten close over the last 3 days. If you look at the Sky Live now versus my pictures a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, you can see that their orbits have gotten closer together. So whether it's organic or inorganic, is something on the surface of this projectile, which is not a dust and rock comet, that is causing that green glow. Oh, puppy. Sorry, puppy. What's the question? Just want to know what makes it green. I'm guessing some kind of copper, or another substance. I got lost in the train of thought. You could be right. That it could be a dicarbon. What is it? It could be a diatomic carbon. Sure. Coating the surface of the projectile that keeps making adjustments on its trajectory. So it could be that, it could be copper, it could be some sorts of copper, but there is what the electrical field, the ionized field of the sun is reacting to whatever is on the surface of that comet, and it's certainly not rock and dust, because those comets are comets that we've followed, and 3 of them we've landed on, and we've photographed 7 of them after they've done perihelion. And the dust and rock comets are white. They render white. They photograph white. They're seen white in the sky. All right, did I answer the question? Yeah, Michelle, it's pretty crazy, Sky Live. No, I did not see where President Trump announced. Carol, where'd you see that? And copper, okay, copper goes green when oxidized. All right. Yeah, Carol, where'd you get that about wormwood? Please. The government will give us at least 24 hours to 48 hours. It'll be something where you panic and you're just going to scramble home. So a 48-hour window is my guess is when we'll start hearing. We'll start hearing about something weird within 72 hours, which will probably be starting tomorrow or Thursday. I would say closer to Thursday, we'll start hearing some rumblings. You know, something's happening in space. We're getting some very unusual signals, and these 2 comets may in fact do something. So Thursday and then Friday, Saturday, we'll get the late Friday, we'll probably get the order to hunker down, stay at home for your own safety. When EMS goes off, EMS or EMP? Trump does drop hints, Corrine. You are so right. Doreen, I'm sorry. Doreen, you are so right. He does drop hints. Red pill's red pill, man. You tell a social justice warrior red pill, and they freak. Red pill's red pill. No, Carol's country. I don't know, Epic, but you may be right. Carol may be trolling us. I don't think it'll be an Amber Alert or emergency notification system. No, no, that would cause way too much panic. It'll be Trump getting on TV and going to town. He'll be the focus. It'll be a continual flow of information. All right, Epic. I'll let you make that call. If you have a gut feeling of trolling, we don't have time for it. So you have my full support if you need to take action to keep the signal clean. Any questions, guys? This is what you're experiencing is classic counter espionage. This is some pretty high level sophisticated stuff, but it's had to come together really quickly. So I don't think they really had much time to make to pull this all together. You know, if they would have had a year or 2 year, Michael would have had a much more impressive. This is Michael Yeager, the guy we get this picture from. He would have had a much more in-depth background, if not be an actual person. It's no problem for the agencies to be able to pull off something like this. But you know, you always have to have your deep cover for any operative that's producing the information or misinformation that you wish to use on the public or the enemy, depending on who you're projecting, depending on what your needs are as an agency. So Michael here is coming up with too much detail. His photographs are way too good. That tail and the angle that it's coming from. He's got yeah, that's awfully satellite-ish to me. That's awfully Hubble-ish to me. That could very well be a nice little Hubble photograph. I don't think that's an 11-inch telescope. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. But this guy suddenly comes on the scene with an 11-inch telescope. That's a nice telescope, guys. That's not what I have. You know, that's a piece of work. And when will we be informed? I'm just talking about that now. Sorry, I'm trying to see what's happening in the comment thread as well as commenting here. So this is classic, and not just any government. This is classic. Yeah, this is classic government efforts at getting information out to those and then providing misinformation and doubt. So that's the biggest thing that they can create is doubt. And that's what they've done by saying, oh, it's fragmented. Oh, so, you know, there's nothing to see here. So, yeah, it's fragmented. Even though Epic and I have seen it. Hey, here. All right. Sorry, Carol. We tried, but I can't have the channel trolled. It started to feel like trolling. So, Epic. I went ahead and pulled the trigger on that. So there is, and Carol could have been government misinfo as well. So who knows? I know they know about my channel. There's no doubt about it. If they're suspending other people, they know about me. But this this picture, this Twitter user, you know, if you have a telescope like that, man, you are going to be showing pictures to family, friends, and your Twitter feed is going to be filled with hundreds of other pictures of other constellations, of other comets, just of other. And this guy has only one thing. So it's a hastily put together ops, and it's a good and directed ops. And if you really don't know ops, you wouldn't pick up on it. No, Trump didn't admit wormwood. That's not how he goes. So no, I kindly asked Carol to leave. Carol was here since the beginning, and has been spotty and just more distraction than helpful. So Carol is no longer here with the community. I'm sorry. I mean, we're trying to do serious work here. At least I am. I'm putting in a ton of time and effort into this thing, guys. I learned how to do streaming, so I don't have time to waste. And Epic is a man like that as well, or a woman. Aslam. Whew. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So shadows are longer than they should be. So there is a tilt in the planet. And I haven't done the shadow test because that just takes a lot of calculation. I just didn't have much time. But I went to 3 different megalithic objects that have north orientation. And I checked them with my iPhone. And for the past year, I've been showing people and amazing them how these 3 individual megalithic objects have a north, and not north-south, but a north-pointing face, magnetic solid north, and they are within 100 yards of each other, and they are megalithic, no doubt. And today they are pointing 6 degrees off magnetic north. All three of these objects, which I know to be pointing to magnetic north, are pointing 6 degrees off magnetic north. Okay? And Aslam has now independently verified my observations with my shadow research, guys. Wow, that is great. That is really, really great. Epic. Cool, dude. See, Dawn? You're doing independent observational research. You're doing, and that's what observational research is. If you get rid of this scientific community that has inflated itself and created jobs that shouldn't exist, and has created an industry of self-gratification, which is called independent review. The independent review process assumes that the reviewer has taken the time to actually do the protocols to duplicate the science that the initial researcher has created. So duplicate the experiments and have the same results. Then you have a good job. If an independent researcher is given the same material, given the same protocols, given the same everything, and does the same experiments and doesn't come out with the same results, then something you've done is flawed or something he's done is flawed. So you give it to 10 people as a blind study to do the experiment, and if 100% of them can replicate your experiment, then you've got yourself a law. A law, a law, a law, a law. But if 80% can do it, if 60% can do it, then you got some work to do. There's something not right in your process, in your procedure, in your science. Now, in modern science, if you can submit your trash to a journal, and you can say to this journal, or this journal will take your paper and send it to 30 or 300 incredibly busy scientists and researchers and people in academia that already don't have enough time to do proper science. They don't have the time to read this crap, much less do the experiment, so they hang on to it for a little while. They breeze through it. If they have any questions to answer somebody. They just pass it along and give it, because that's the brotherhood of science now. The peer review process is a mafia. It's a mafia. It's a pyramid operation. But there are well over 1,000 videos now on the reproducibility crisis in science. So this is how some nonsense, like the idea that comets have ice, that comets have cyanide, that comets have gases, that comet dust is part of the tail, is because it's peer-reviewed by liars who lie to keep their inflated salaries and their inflated positions and the ooh and ah of scholarly professorship in an Ivy League institution. I'm worried about the nuke plants. Oh no, they're fine. The nuke plants, those things are encased in concrete and superconcrete. If a nuclear power plant loses power that they generate themselves, mind you, they're encased in concrete and superconcrete. If anybody's safe from an EMP, it's a nuke plant. A nuke plant is super safe from an EMP. If it should lose power, the power rods will drop into the reaction chamber and into the reaction tubes, and then stop the nuclear reaction. It's a very easy very easy process, and it's done continually on a continual basis. Chernobyl went bad because they were messing with of how long to keep the rods going, superheat the core, and get maximum efficiency. And they were playing in areas that they shouldn't have. They knew they shouldn't have, and they overheated the core to the point that the rods bent. We don't have that problem in America. We don't play. Our core and our core pool is very, very chilled. So we won't have the same thing as Chernobyl, much less Fukushima. And Fukushima, understand its core is still encased. It's bad, but that core is still encased and going through many changes, but it's still encased in its nuclear encasement. So the nukes are good. Your vision is the shock wave rolling in. Right, absolutely. That's how your vision is so prophetic, Dawn. First you see the light, and this is any bomb that goes off, and if you ever watch a video, please go do it now if you haven't seen one. A bomb goes off, and then the first thing you see, is the light. You see, like, ooh, something happened. And then you see something moving out, and as you see something moving out and shaking up the dust, you hear the boom, and that scares you because you just don't expect it, because you just saw a sound, and you expect to hear the boom of the sound, but all of a sudden you hear a boom, a loud sound, and then wow, what was that? Holy, and then bash, the concussion hits you, and the concussion can really mess you up depending on your distance and the size of the bomb. All right. Just looking through the comment section. All right. Shock attack. Sure. I'll go with that transform. Holy begonias, what are you talking about? Absolute. Thank you, Kunmar. Richard, yeah, you've mentioned your garden. All right, I am sorry, I can't. Hey, Kunmar. Hi, everybody. I have 4 friends who independently noticed the sun setting much further from north than usual, and summer solstice is more than a month away. Kumar, thank you for that. Everything that we've talked about right now and so far has now been verified independently. I have independent verification of the shadow being too long, 40 centimeters too long. I have my own verification, and I'm able to do it with 3 different points, that we are magnetically north by 6 degrees. We're off magnetically north by 6 degrees. And so everything that Breadcrumbs Project has been talking about is real, y'all. Something's coming. Atlas. I mean, absolute. You're killing us right here. We're dying. Absolute. We're dying over here with this thing. Who's talking about between now and September, Pentagon? Epic. I can't let my sound guy and producer go if we've got something coming up between right now and the Pentagon's talking about it. Man, I hate union labor. All right, so dog and puppy, you also have independent verification. All right, so I'm going to reach out again to IntelliHub and let them know of our observations, because I mean, all of this is breaking news and it's verifiable. It's all verifiable because it is the sun and it is magnetic north, and there are solstice points, and there's understanding of where it should be between now and the solstice point. Guys, we are May 20th, and solstice is a month away, and the sun is way past its. To me, for where I have my solstice marker, it's way past it. All right. Oh God, we're like a bunch of drug addicts here looking for a hit from Absolute. Yeah. Share away, brother. Epic does it all the time. Oh, Absolute, you are just toying with us now. You're evil? You're mean? I curse elderberries upon you. But guys, I mean, I just don't know what to say anymore at this point. Um, wow, 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 wow. All right, while Absolute is pulling that up, I'm going to take a break for a little bit, and I'll be back in a minute. The sound guy is gone. That's it. The production guy and the sound guy are gone. I don't know what to do with these two anymore. All right. I apologize about that. I was just saying I can't find anywhere this information for this warning. So if you can please, if you can't post it on the comment thread, and I would love for you to post it. You can talk about other YouTubers. You can talk about whatever you want to, as long as you're polite and constructive, and not trying to cancel anyone, but engage in a dialectic, not an argument, but a dialectic. Oh, you got good points. Let me think about your points before I just automatically negate them. So, so I have not found anything. I checked Israeli news. I checked IntelliHub, and I've not seen anything. So, Black Sunshine, what's the difference between Swan and Atlas? I'll tell you that right now. Swan and Atlas are two comets, and they are coming in different directions. Atlas is in the northern hemisphere, and if you look tonight where Venus is, and Venus looks very abnormal. Venus looks very abnormal. It's shiny like a diamond. Usually it's just a little dot, a bright, beautiful dot. I've been watching Venus all year long. For 2 years now, I've been watching Venus every night because where my apartment is exactly in Venus's path. So every night I watch her come. And over the last 3 months, I'm like, man, that's bright. That's bright. And now it's almost intolerably, I mean, it just grabs your attention. It's intolerably bright in the sky. So if you look where Venus is and then look to the right of Venus, then you will see a green, flashy emerald light. And that is Comet Atlas. So there's that comet in the northern hemisphere, and in the southern hemisphere comes Comet Swan. And the reason we're talking about Comet Atlas and Swan is they're going to intersect. Now, two objects intersecting in space is not a big deal. Planes do it all the time. One plane will go above another plane. They'll go a mile or two over each other. If they're within a mile of each other, that's considered dangerous in the aircraft industry. Why? Because these airplanes are moving from anywhere from 200 miles an hour to 600 miles per hour, depending on where they are. So your reaction time a mile away at that speed is going to be pretty quick to not have a problem happen. So we have these two objects in space, and the reason we can see these objects in space, these comets, and they're glowing green and a very, very bright green, is because they create an electrical charge as they fly through space. These things are going at over 130,000 miles per hour is what I last understood from a good source. Its movement. So Comet Atlas is going at least 130,000 miles per hour, and as it goes through space like that, and it's not just any space, it's the space of the inner solar system. So it's inside Earth's orbit. It's right over Earth almost, but it's between Mars and Earth right now, closer to Earth. Comet Atlas is, and that green glow that you see is roughly 5 times the size of Jupiter. And so Comet Atlas is coming from the south, 130,000 miles an hour. Comet Swan is coming even faster at roughly 150,000 miles an hour, and it has a bigger coma than Atlas because it's bigger and brighter, or it's closer. We just don't know. But they both have high energy kinetic events. So they're going to pass each other at over 130,000 miles an hour. And as they do, their comas, their radiating energy that's created by static electricity are going to connect to each other. And I still need an electrical engineer to tell me exactly when the pop happens. I initially thought the pop happened when those two electrical fields join, but I think it might just be a zap, and they join briefly, and they get supercharged, and as they pull apart, when those two electrical fields pull apart, then a pop will happen. So the comets will pass each other at, from what I understand, 200,000 miles apart. So they're a massive amount of their electrical fields are going to conjoin, but it won't stop their advance. So the comets will still go in their looping arc, but both of their electrical radiating energies will interact and either bind briefly and create a Birkeland current in between them. And when that Birkeland current breaks apart is when the Big Bang will happen. The first thing we'll see is a very bright reddish light. Why is it going to be it's going to be bright because of the massive energy release. It'll be thousands upon thousands upon thousands of nuclear bombs worth of energy. And so what we're going to see is the light first, as we talk about with any bomb that goes off. Light is the fastest traveling object in the universe. And so it is going to reach us first before the sound and before the concussion, before the magnetic concussion. And so we'll see the light first, and it's going to be reddish because of the redshift. Red travels faster than any other color. So we'll see a reddish light. And then soon afterwards, within maybe 30 minutes to an hour, we're going to hear a loud energy, because this energy, this sound is going to distort as it travels through space. It's going to be a Doppler shift, actually. It's going to be a Doppler effect, because the higher energy frequencies are going to reach the Earth reach the Earth first, and then the lower energy frequencies are going to reach the Earth in a secondary manner. So that's why it's going to sound like a horn. Yeah, the answer is 42. The answer is 42. Why? What's the question? Great calculations, Elf. Thank you so much. Yes, the answer is 42. I'm not worried about the question right now. I know what the answer is. So we'll see the red shift first, red light. Then we're going to hear the trumpet-like sound. Why is it going to be a trumpet-like sound? Just like it says in Revelations, just like it says in the eschatology of the Hopi and the eschatology of the Jews, Gabriel's trumpet, because that's a Doppler effect. Doppler is when you hear a car. The first sounds that you hear of a train or a horn are the high pitch, because they're the highest frequencies and they move faster. Your lower frequencies, sound frequencies, move slower. So it's, and then all the loud, slower sounds just get there at once. And then the high energies, there's so much of them that they remain as they pass. But the mass of the Doppler effect. So that's what we're going to hear is the sound of a horn, and it's going to be a Doppler effect. And then finally, the EMP will happen, and we won't feel a thing. Doreen, a shofar, yes. Chaim, absolutely, it's going to be the sound of a shofar. It's happened before. Fantastic. Hey, Danny, T-Bone. Wow, T-Bone. Sound country, brother. I'm just calling because it takes one to know one. Um, copy paste. Copy the link and paste it into the chat, and it'll show up. Absolute. Where'd you go? Oh yeah, Jen. The noise is going to scare the hell out of a lot of people. Canberra Rivers, I have been watching Venus with my Celestron. Can you please give us a report on what you see with Venus on your Celestron, and how long have you been watching it? Thank you, Canberra. How big is Swan? Supposedly it's a couple of kilometers in width, but they won't tell us. Epic, you've been busy, brother. All right. No audio, can't hear. I'm such a loser. And it's in it's delay. Let's see. Yeah, dog and puppy. You won't have to worry about your windows. You're fine. You're fine. Again, guys, this is a planned event. This is not. It will only scare the people that don't have faith. It will only scare the people that don't have faith. CM Punk, we're not going gates. We're not going anything terrestrial right now. We're strictly staying with Atlas. We're strictly staying with Swan. We're staying with Venus. Of the Earth right now does not matter for our discussions. I'm not going to bring in static right now. If nothing happens, we can spend 2 or 3 days on gates and you can go to town. But I can't be distracted by that right now. I'm still trying to find out if anybody has a link to this information of a military department warning about an interstellar event. I don't care if it's a government agency or not. Come on, guys, give me a link. Absolute, where are you? What happened to you? It won't let you paste? All right, email. Email, old-fashioned email. I know you've got it. The breadcrumbsproject@gmail.com. Kelly, please, absolute, please. And everybody, please email me. The Breadcrumbs Project. Yeah, there's something up with the sun. Zach Luke sent me some images too of something going on in the sun. Israeli news on YouTube. All right. Guys, I hate to be rude, but I'm going on the internets while we are chit-chatting. Thank you, Absolute. I get excited. Israeli News Live. All right. Orthodox control.
Friends, Stephen Benoon here with Israeli News Live, and
I have military vaccine. Orthodox take control. What matters? What really happened? All right, please send me a link. I can't look up stuff on the internet while we try to host a chat session. Please send me a link. Yeah, Doreen, I'm not finding anything on Israeli Live News either. Hey, Natalie, sorry. Email me, and Epic just put my email address up. Email me, Absolute. You know how to do the emails. Please email me links. Just email me the link. Email is so easy to use. Hey, Nadine Sawyer, I'm really sorry for my ignorance, but I was understanding that Atlas was broken up and won't be intercepting Swan. No, that you're right. Yes, it is not broken up. It is not broken up at all. Nothing's happened to Comet Atlas. The information is misinformation. There is a misinformation campaign going on with Atlas. We don't know why, but there just is. Comet Atlas is as big and bright as it's ever been. Astrophotographers have been taking pictures of it. Go to Ray's Astrophotography. He recently took a bunch of pictures of it, and several others. So no, it is still there, and it's busy. It is so very busy. So it's growing in color, from my view, in size as well, in intensity, growing in color. Look for the word intensity. It's growing in intensity. It's bright and green, Nadine. It is. If you look at the night sky, whenever whenever Venus comes up, you cannot miss Venus now. It used to be, oh, there's Venus. Okay, I see Venus. Now it's like, what is that thing in the sky that's all shiny and twinkly? That's Venus. Yeah? Yeah. Really? Yeah, that's Venus. Look, my star chart program says that's Venus. And what's that green thing right next to it? My star chart phone says that's Comet Atlas. It's never diminished in size. For some reason, there's a misinformation campaign going on for Comet Atlas by the U.S. government. Something's going on. And Nadine, we have Space Force all of a sudden now that was given its campaign flag right in the middle of a pandemic. Don't you think the Star Trek division of the U.S. military could have waited till the pandemic thing calmed down before getting its campaign flag? I think so. And nobody made fun of Trump for doing that? That's strange. And then 3 weeks ago, Nadine, President Trump was asked about UFOs, and the Pentagon had done 3 prior press releases about UFOs and changing its policy, reversing course 180 for no apparent reason whatsoever. The Pentagon and the U.S. government has reversed its course on UFOs and acknowledges that the tapes that have been released for the last 6 years are in fact real, and that they're unexplainable. And you can just go from there. Then whoever is operating those things is not of this planet, so aliens are real. I hope that helps. Jen? Of course, Jen. Jen Rose. I'm not fussing at you. I'm just chatting at you. And as we do in the Latin space, we get all excited and, we get dramatic. Right. What need did the Pentagon have to reverse course on UFOs? What new and
a voluminous campaign would cause the Pentagon to reverse course on UFOs. There's nobody in the senior staff of the Pentagon that believes in UFOs, Jen. So this was not a policy that the Pentagon agreed to. The non-commissioned officers, I'm sure, did not agree to this. And I'm sure the general staffs of all the branches say, no, the Pentagon is not going to agree to what? We are? Why? Because who said so? Who are they? They're on the way to the White House right now to get the president to acknowledge this? Come on, people. No, huh? Really? So there was a small group that do a 180 on one of its most famous policies that really had no reason for reversal. There's nothing in the public domain, in the policy debate, that called for this reversal. There is something else that caused the Pentagon to change their policy on UFOs. So much so that they took it up to the President of the United States. Now, who wants to be known as the UFO president? I'm going to look at the comments section and see if you're the one. Yeah, nobody wants to be known as the UFO president, especially not pragmatic New Yorker, Irish hothead billionaire Donald Trump. If there's one guy who could tell the Pentagon, no, I am not going to be the UFO president. No. And let me have my chief of staff continue telling you no while I go do something more important. Don't give me this nonsense. I have... What? Something had to make Donald Trump go, what? Dawn, that's the whole point. The aliens are there, and the U.S. government is just trying to get ahead of it. That's the one thing you do in politics. That's the one thing you do in government, is you have to get ahead of it. You have to get some people that can be convinced of what's happening to wrap their head around it, us. So, like the Q signaling and the signaling that happens, they have to get ahead of it. So it's the boiling frog theory. You slowly turn up the heat, and that's what they're doing with us with the UFO thing. It's so shocking that it makes a lot of people jump back. But they slowly keep turning it up and turning it up and turning it up, so much so to get the president, Donald J. Trump, billionaire, to say that there might be UFOs. They had to tell him something convincing. I cannot emphasize. I know how Donald Trump works. I've read his books. He hasn't surprised me yet, except on the UFO thing. Yeah, hey, Dawn, I have my own shocking square in the cube. I've done a couple of videos on it. Let me pull it up. And it blew me away when I found out I was part of the cube. This is a great discussion to have right now. So if you've seen the giant Q map, that is out there, the big Q map, just the big huge thing with all the drawings and designs and all that stuff. Well, I was looking through it, and I'll be darned if I did not find what I've been talking about
become, I don't want to say become, but featured in a section of the Q. And this blew me away. Blew me away. All right, here it comes. All right, so when I caught sight and wind that Comet Atlas was coming, and you can go back to my first initial videos, my whole thing was your mental and spiritual state were the most important thing. And again, this is part of the big map of the Q. And, you know, if you're pushing a government conspiracy that has no credibility, you're not going to involve spirituality. You're not even going to touch spirituality. That is not a space that a spy agency, an operative, or a conspiracy cooker is going to feel comfortable in. You don't want to pull in the loony spiritualists for whatever reason. You want to keep those guys at bay, let them run around. You can pull in some crazy lefties, they're easy to work with. You can pull in some far right wingers. Everybody's predictable. You know who's not predictable? The yoga crowd, the crystal crowd, the touchy-feely goody crowd. Because an operative, the agencies can't put their heads around what a mental and spiritual practitioner thinks and feels. They're totally and wholly unpredictable. So the complete last thing I would expect to see in the Q, and I've known about the Q, and I've not followed the Q because it's just too complex, it's just too for me. But then I saw this, I was directed to it, and I thought, oh man, oh, if they've got mental and spiritual states in here, then this isn't an ops, this isn't a psychological ops operation. This is an information stream. Let me read this. And here comes Yoga Fire, Ecropsis. And these have to do with the eschatologies of civilizations and how the end times present themselves. And it's not the end of the world, it's just the end times. And then the sun. And then the sun was there. And then we've had this whole dynamic with the sun going on. So this is I don't understand anything in the Q map. I've looked at the Q map. I don't get any of the rest of it. This square right here, where especially the rabbit hole and the hyperdimensional hexagon, I totally understand all of that. This square here, I totally understand. You zoom out to the rest of the map. Nope. Nope, no. So the sun, a living being? I have no reason to doubt that. I mean, there's this great, it's a cosmic web. This universe is a cosmic web that if you've seen pictures of it, where they have filaments connecting the different galaxies. So the different galaxies are connected by filaments of plasma, and plasma is the fourth state of matter. It is the hyper state of energy. It's where energy becomes matter and matter becomes energy. It's almost it has a lot to do actually with E equals MC squared. So you can take energy and create it into matter. Think of and I'm trying to keep the shadow from this bright sun from affecting the camera and your enjoyment of the show. If you think of ice has 4 states of matter. It has it has its gaseous state. It has its solid state of ice, and then it has a fluid state of liquid, and then it has a superfluid. When you get H2O super cooled, it is super cooled, but it has a fluidity to it, and it's called a superfluid. So there are actually 4 states to water, 4 states to ice, because ice actually is the real state of water. Because to the natural state of no energy water is ice, and ice needs heat or the taking away of the cold to get it to change its state to either liquid, or if it's heated, superheated, then it becomes a gas. So energy has 4 states, and that 4th state for energy, where it becomes almost a solid, is what we call a plasma. Yes, Michelle Wise, filaments of the universe are exactly the same as a neural network of the brain. You understand the map? Oh God, Michelle, bless your heart. That is amazing. That is amazing. All right, guys, I'm scrolling back and to pick up some messages, some comments. Oh, thank you, Doreen, giving us thumbs up. Thank you. There's no doubt there's Canberra, you have to believe in aliens now. Donald Trump believes in aliens. The federal government, the U.S. federal government believes in aliens. The Pentagon, a bunch of crotchety lifers, they believe in aliens. So, yes. Reagan came close, yes. Something was happening at that time that they had to tell Reagan. I've been seeing Q for a long time, Dawn. Mastermind Trump. There's no doubt about it. L. Dawn, your visions. We've been talking about your visions. Yes, very much. You have the chart downloaded and you understand it, Michelle. Well, there's my square. That's where I live. I don't get anything else of it. And I know I'm intelligent, but Michelle, you've got me licked. Dog. Just look up QMap. And there are several sites. It's a big black map that resembles what I've just posted. That resembles this. Actually, I can load the map. It's just hard for me to zoom in and zoom out. And it's fascinating. It is a fascinating. It can't be fiction. There's just too much there to even be considered fiction. If it's fiction, then that is a brilliant writing team, and they should have long ago been brought into any kind of scene. For some reason my QMap's not loading. All right, guys. For some reason the QMap is not loading. So look up QMap on the internet and you'll find it, dog and bunny. Puppy, dog and puppy. All right. Remove. Offload. But it resembles something like this, and so much more complicated. And if these are writers that have done this, if this is just a gag or something like that, it's too complex. It is a great science fiction novel, that can be taken taken to a studio, and you can, in today's day and age, they would love an original script like this. Wow, I'm blown away by that. Yes, absolutely. Everything's fitting together, Dan, Jen Rose, that we are in the end times with the pandemic. Lindsey Grand, I am a Q follower and so many friends. Most are very spiritual and many moderately religious. I love what he is saying here, but Q is not followed, but predictable far-right fanatics. Here's the problem, Q. Here's the problem, Lindsay. I'm stunned by what you're saying. If this was far-right fanatics, they'd be making bank on it, man. They would. This would be a production. This would be uh, this would be sold to Hollywood. This is too good of a writing and such a complex story for it not to be, for the rights not to be bought. So whoever, whatever's put so much effort into this, and then just to put it out here, because the vast right wing doesn't need much of this to do what it does. Okay, so not many of the right follow Q. It is only the most intelligent groups that follow Q. And it's a little bit ignorant of you, Lindsay, to be saying something like that. Kind of disappointing. You've been on the Q for 10 years now, Michelle? There you go, Epic. Some chemistry for you. Bizarre meme. I don't want to see those things, brother. Epic, don't ask Bizarre. Bizarre like what? No. No. No, don't ask him that. Einstein met him? I could believe it. I mean, Eisenhower. Eisenhower met him? I could believe that. Yeah, that's the thing, Nadine. The micro and macro of the Q is not a plannable thing. The micro and macro of it is too high level and too detailed. It's not just one person. This is the same thing as Shakespeare. Shakespeare was not written by one person. It was written by a group of people. No, no, the Q is not Israeli in nature. They wouldn't put the yoga fire in there. That would be, much of this is an antithema of an Israeli even thinking or talking about it. This is not an Israeli effort. I'm sorry, River. I haven't been paying attention to the thread. I would love to know what we'd love to know what your thoughts and visions are. I apologize. Epic, you understand the map? Heavy, brother. I didn't know that. So this is the breadcrumbs project part of the map, Epic and Michelle. So this is where this is. If you want to think of the breadcrumbs project, and if you want to, when you're looking at the map where it comes up, this is my, I don't want to say responsibility. This is just what I'm doing, and I didn't know I was part of the map. Yeah, the Pleiades. The Pleiades. We need to talk about Sirius, the Sirius star cluster. It is also active like Venus and the Pleiades. All right. Very, very good. I wonder how much Dean Koontz, yeah, how much Dean Koontz knew. So, wow, this we kind of went off on a tangent, but I think it's an important tangent. Where's the light now? Let me go back over here. All right, it's an important tangent that the Q is something that we can look at for information, just like the Bible is. You know, if a fruit gives off good, if a tree gives off good fruit, then it's a good tree. If a tree gives off some good fruit, some bad fruit, it's still a good tree. If a tree does not give any fruit at all, or it's bad fruit, then you just pull that tree up from the roots and burn it. And that's what it says in the Bible. So you don't just look at the Bible for prophecy, because God talks to prophets. And, you know, you've been in situations, I know you have, where you've been talking to someone who is in great distress, great sadness, and an emotional point, and you're just in that situation where you're the only person that can talk to them, and suddenly you're saying things are coming out of your mouth that you don't believe yourself. You're like, where are these words coming out of my mouth? Because there's connectivity to spirituality. We're connected to spirit. We're connected to spirit if you allow yourself, especially in those times of great stress. You know, every soldier, every army guy, everybody that served in the U.S. military knows there's no such thing as an atheist in a foxhole. All right? And not many people know what a foxhole is, but when you're in war and you're moving quickly forward, you have to dig a hole really quickly to protect yourself from incoming rifle and gunfire and mortar fire and whatever else they're throwing at you. And so you're in this little hole that you dug that just keeps your body from being, from revealing itself above the rim of the hole, because anything that does go above the rim is going to get shot. So you keep digging, you keep digging, you keep digging, you keep praying, you praying. As you're digging to make that hole deeper and dig yourself into that foxhole, you're praying, God, please, God, I'll never do that again. Please forgive me, please. And as you dig and you get in there and you stop digging, and all you can do is just pray. And then every once in a while, I'll come up and shoot. Pray for a little bit, come up and shoot. Because there's only two people that matter in that foxhole at the moment, maybe three. That's you and God. And if you have a buddy in that foxhole with you, then that buddy matters too. And it's the three of you. It's you, your buddy, and God. And your buddy is talking to God just as well. I don't care what faith he is. In wartime, when bullets are flying, you're praying. Kimba, yeah, the Antioch book, just the whole Sumerian, the Sumerian tablets, Canberra, not just the book of Antioch, which is incredible, but we've been able to decipher a good amount of a ton of clay tablets that are in cuneiform that tell the Sumerian story and tell the story of Antioch and Ea and of all the gods and all the Anunnaki, and how everything transpired and how they would bring food to the Anunnaki and to the gods and this is how they would worship them, and the gods ate good. They ate curry. They ate rose and wine chicken. The recipes are in the cuneiform tablets and the Sumerian tablets, and it tells you exactly what Antioch liked to eat. It tells you exactly what Ai liked to eat and how they were cooked. There's so much detailed information in all those cuneiform tablets that we refuse to translate. All right. So right now, I am absolutely satisfied where the Breadcrumbs Project has come to in its observations, and now we have independent conclusions. The sun is off by a long shot. Their shadow is longer than it should be, and the sun is rising and setting where it shouldn't be. Comet Atlas has not information about it, but a great amount of misinformation. And then finally, there's just no information about Comet Swan. So this is guilty by omission. The governments of the world, the European Union space agencies, the Chinese space agencies, who are secretive anyways, so we're not going to hear anything from them, but NASA and JPL, they're guilty by omission. There's a great space event happening, and all the only information that's coming for this event is coming by leaked sources, which are intelligence sources, operatives, government operatives. This Michael Yeager guy. There's no picture of this guy. He's not only internet famous, he's globally famous. His information is what's being published in different magazines and newspapers. If you're being publicized all over the world, you're going to be putting more stuff up there. You're going to be putting your picture, your pets, your girlfriend. Yeah, you're famous. You're not going to be focused on only one single, solitary, great object and event and producing the work that he's producing. JWB, yes. But Data 1B is reading the misinformation that the comet is dimming and disintegrating. Here, I'll put up the misinformation source for you. I'll try to put this full screen and see if you guys can read it. This is the quote-unquote official information and the last greatest picture that we have on Comet Atlas. That is dimming. And JWB, not only have I noticed, but Epic has also noticed that it's getting brighter and that it's going faster. Yes. Uh, 41 kilometers. 41 kilometers per second is how much in miles per hour? 91,000 miles per hour. 91,000 miles per hour. And a comet is supposed to get, well, when I used to study comets 4 and 5 years ago, they only went 30,000 miles per hour. It wasn't until Muamua and Borisov that the new speeds of 93,000 miles per hour, 120,000 miles per hour, and 193,000 miles per hour have been achieved. That is breathtaking. So Atlas, which is supposed to be debris, JW, which is supposed to be dust by what data is reading, is actually going 93,000 miles per hour. Over 90,000 miles per hour. I mean, what the hell, guys? the tracking page. Michelle, is that what? Michelle, since I can't pull it up right now, can you give us the speeds of both Swan and Atlas, or JW? JW, Michelle? Oh, yeah, math. Oh, speed of light. Speed of light in miles. Let's see. The speed of light. All right, the speed of light is roughly 670,000 miles per hour. No, 670 million miles per hour. 670 million miles per hour. So these things are nowhere near the speed of light. Thank God. No. 670,616,629,000 miles per hour. Hey, we've been talking, Vanderweed, we've been talking Atlas and Swan all day. Yes. Lots of news on Atlas. More misinformation than information, actually. So the picture I have up right now is from the Twitter page. Michelle, have you looked up this Twitter user? Any Twitter users in the chat room? Pleiadians. The Pleiades is a star cluster, a very unique and very obvious star cluster that is some say is very close to the Earth, and there's a lot of tradition that there are tribes in Africa that came from the Pleiades, and I believe them. So they're Pleiadians, the people from that planet that live here now. If you just please take a look at his account, don't follow him, but if you could jump over to his account while you're on the thread, Doreen, can you see what you've seen in his account? Does he talk about anything else but Atlas? And how old is his account? Yeah, no, that's right, Dance. That's one of the things that tricked me off. Dance, yes, absolutely. Dance Biker, Dance, yes. So this guy is shady, and he doesn't meet someone that becomes Twitter famous, or Twitter or internet famous, or especially astronomer famous. He doesn't pass any of those sniff tests. Thank you, Doreen. So this is an ops. This is an ops. This is a special ops project. This is a special ops project, and one that had to be executed very quickly. All right, guys, it is 9 o'clock. Any questions? Hey, Flick. Hey, Flickaboo. No, I don't have any information on the new comet, JW. Yes, 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 yes. Michelle, I've talked about all of those the planets in conjunction. Ah, very cool, Michelle. Yeah, take a look at this guy, and you'll see he does not look like a Twitter user. No, I'm not getting any updates from independent astrophotographers. I just follow Ray. Oh, sorry about sound. All right, sound is up. Thank you guys. Sorry about that. Hi, Fickaboo. Flickaboo, how are you? How is it possible that it that 523 this event truly happens? I'm asking because too many times things told me never came to pass, so I'm careful not to spread too much. Don't spread anything, Flickaboo. Don't spread anything. Don't take any chances. This is a controlled event. So I'm very curious, and that's why I'm doing this investigation. But don't put yourself out there, because you know you're going to get pushback. You just take care of those that are in your home and make sure there's 2 weeks supply, and that everybody knows that if there's a loud if there's a red flash in the sky that covers the whole sky and a loud sound, you come running home and you stay in home until mom gets home. Yes, prepare regardless, but don't try to convince anybody. Thanks, Doreen. Michelle, can you please go take a look at that Twitter page? And since you're of the Twitterati, Michelle, you'll have a better pay. You'll have the complete feel of it that I do. Yeah, nothing's for sure. Sorry about the sound, dog and puppy. Dog's just catching up. Okay, Flickaboo, you got to hear what we're saying, okay? We just finished talking about my part of the queue. Here. This is my part of the queue. All right? So I'm here for you to understand the sky event. The sky event is an electromagnetic event, and it's going to happen with the intersecting of comets Atlas and Swan. As they intersect, they have powerful magnetic fields that are going to collide. The comets themselves are not going to collide, but their magnetic fields will. And that's going to cause a bright sky, a loud sound like a trumpet, and then all of our electronics that are not protected are and running and active are going to not work anymore, especially the satellites in space. JWB, that's right. You worry about you and yours. Yeah, the JLT. Hey, how are you? Yeah, the flash, naked eyes, you can look at it fine. The light will not blind you. It'll just be a really strong red glow that covers the entire planet. Is it possible that Michael George is rogue? No, 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 no. He's an operative, Dawn. He's part of the government. He's an operative getting information out. What do you think, Michelle? Did you look at his whole feed? Does he look like a Twitterati to you? Especially someone that's now Twitter famous? He's not rogue. He is a government operator. Yes, Doreen, he is government. Yeah, Flickaboo. If it's funny because it's not normal. So yes, there's stuff happening with the environment. Flickaboo. Our shadows are 40 centimeters too long. The planet is roughly 6 degrees off its axis, and also I've proven independently that the magnetic field is 6 degrees off, and suddenly. So our planet has been moved. Guys, I've got to take a break. As you know, I got a root canal yesterday, and I need to take some medication because my mouth is hurting. I'll be right back. Leaving the queue up. Yes, JLT, I do have a third eye. I do have a third eye, but it's not anything that everybody talks about. That's why I doubt often how many people talk about it, that they can see in the future. You can't really see anything, you just have a feel for things. Yeah, all of this stuff is going to be coming true. You know, it's we have such real facts in the length of our shadows, where the sun is setting and falling, rising. That is all different. These comets, Space Force, UFOs, so much overload that people just tune out. They just can't handle all of this. Bye, Dawn. Tomorrow at 6 o'clock in the morning, Eastern Time, and then 1 p.m. Eastern Time. 6 a.m. and 1 p.m. Eastern Time. I'm doing live sessions twice a day. And hi, Tabitha. I'm Breadcrumbs, and I am the chief breadcrumb of the Breadcrumbs Project. And I'm live 6 a.m. and 1 p.m. for sure, and then sometimes throughout the day. But so much is happening that the chat stays open throughout the day. And guess what, guys? Epic, where are you? There you are. Epic, guess what time it is? Guess what time it is? Yeah, activation of the pineal gland. The third eye is the activation of the pineal gland. That is right. And so whenever my third eye, which right now is tingling terribly, it means there's activity to my pineal gland. And I don't have vision, or I'm like, whew, I just know something's active, and it's something that's going deep in my pineal gland, and maybe there'll be a revelation later on. Maybe why I get to be the Breadcrumbs Project. All right. Wine o'clock. Epic, it is wine o'clock. It is actually wine 24 to the clock. Yep. Chiantis are good, and I don't have anything against Chiantis, but around here we do a special wine region, and only one. It is, I'm horrible at this, but I'm getting better, La Rioja. Rioja. And that is a wine region in Spain. And it specializes in the Tempranillo grape there. Tempranillo grape. All right. So this is Albe, which is the Castillo de Albe. This is actually a old Spanish, Muslim, Basque, heavily fought over castle and region. It was originally, the castle was built by the Romans, taken over, built upon, but it's pretty famous for the Rioja. Why? How do you know it's a Rioja? Well, because it has the Rioja label there with a very expensive hologram, and it's a cosecha, which means that this has not been aged, and it is from 2018. Epic. Remember I was telling you about that bottle, that was one of the first bottles that we pulled and drank? It was a Tempranillo as a cosecha of 2016. This is a very good bottle of wine, and so it goes through inventory and stock very quickly. So this was picked in 2018, probably kept for a little while in oak to get the flavor that it does have, and then quickly bottled and released probably middle of 2019. Oh yeah, we're singing. We're singing from the balcony still, and we are supporting everything that we do. That's the bigger cities that do the singing of the balconies. We do. We do in my small little village. We clap and cheer at 8 o'clock, and we make a lot of noises from the balconies. Yes, cat bowl. Here's my cat bowl, my wine bowl. This is how I drink my wine, out of a cat bowl. It is a Roman drinking vessel, Epic. I know you people in Great Britain have a very, very long and tortured history with the Romans, but show some respect. Go ahead, Tabitha. What's your question? Kelly, the pain pills is ibuprofen, girl. 600 milligram of ibuprofen. It's good. It stops the inflammation, the pain, but it doesn't move the meter. Another Chianti fan. Yeah, Chianti's good drinking wine. I've got no issues on that. And Kelly, I live in Spain, so yeah, we do get buzzed, but we don't get drunk. We drink to conversate. We drink to make other people interesting. Yes, JW, you are correct. The glands are transistors, chemically speaking. Yeah, JLT, we are still singing and cheering from our balconies, just to reinforce that. All hail, Chief. All hail. Yep, Tabitha, something did fall from space May 12th. There's so many cameras now that something had to happen. Spain, yeah, Spain is fantastic for great and cheap wine. If you want to drink good wine on the cheap and good and no hangovers, Spanish wine. Any Spanish wine is great wine. Riojas are just the finest wines in Spain. All right. Jen, we'll see you later. Yeah, oak is a acquired taste for wine. It's it's very heavy, it's very smoky. Hey Tabitha, I used to be Catholic. Trumpets and prophecy, yes. Trumpets and prophecy are simply the Doppler effect, JW. Trumpets and prophecy are a Doppler effect of a great sound that is moving past you. No, the Holy Grail is not a skull. The Holy Grail is a cup like this. Wait a minute. JW. Hold the phone here. That just hit me. JW, think about it for a second, brother. Christ was a Jew. He was an observant Jew. He was a rabbi. He was able to say and do things in Israel and get in a lot of trouble, but not get in a lot of trouble because he was a rabbi and he had truth, the Talmud, and the Torah on his side. Not only was he a rabbi, he was a kosher rabbi. You know what being kosher is? Your diet is limited to a whole few things, and skull is not part of a kosher diet. In drinking from a skull, you can't mix milk and meat. You have milk plates and you have meat plates if you're eating kosher. So no, sir, don't bring misinformation like that. No. Yeshua, Jesus, was a rabbi, and a kosher one at that. He drank from a very clean, Roman-style vessel like this. The Holy Grail looks like this, people. A simple, clay cup that's been glazed, and the glazing is a miracle because it makes this waterproof. You want to know what's another miracle? Wine. Wine is another great miracle. Wine has been present since humanity has been present on the earth. Wine has been present since there were gods on the earth. When Noah was able to settle and disembark and resettle the land and reseed it, grapes were the first thing. And what did he do with his grapes? He made wine. And what did he do after he had some wine? He got drunk. And then what did he do? Oh, wow, Michelle, I'm sorry. I'm sorry about your stomach. I'm taking, this is the first time I've taken ibuprofen since I was in the Army. I've never really taken any kind of painkillers at all. And when I did have something that involved pain, I took a painkiller and it just didn't do anything for me. So I never really believed in them for whatever sense, just because I had never experienced with it. And I just had a root in one of my teeth go bad because of a metal filling that I had in my childhood done in Europe. Just went bad and caused a crack, and I was losing a root. So a lot of pain. That root was pissed. And so root canal yesterday. Good job on the root canal. Oh my God, the doctor was brilliant. And he made me laugh because I kept moving my head. And, you know, you're in a root canal, you keep your head up, and they don't have all this sophisticated like a TV show going. What am I doing right now? I'm capping the bottle. They don't have the TV that I can look at or anything like that. And the two guys that are doing the root canal, it was two dentists. It was a two-man office. And they talk between each other in Gallego, Galician. I'm in the Galician province of Spain. I'm Basque. I can't speak the Basque language, but in the Basque region you speak the Basque language, which is very complicated. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, camera, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then Bai, Bi, Iru, Lau, Vos. That's 5 in Basque. Has nothing to do with any language. Bai, Bi, Iru, no. Bai, Bet, Iru, Lau, Vos. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in Basque. Let's see. Michelle Wise, I can take ibuprofen. I'm Catholic as well. We have Romans. What have the Romans ever done for us? Oh God, they did great for us. They were a great civilization. The glands are also connected to the chakras. Yes, that's why I do yoga. And when I do yoga with a very special yogi, my third eye screams. Because this yogi focuses on the spine, not really alignment of the chakras, just good spinal alignment. And this is a very gifted yogi, but she doesn't know it. Theobiology. All right, yeah, all right. I'm there. I'm down with it. JLT. I kept telling you, 21st, everything changes. 21st, I think you're right. Yes, but what? That's when the news will start breaking. That's when NASA and JPL says we're seeing something very unique in space. 21st is when and like I said, between 72, 36, 48 hours is when the gin of getting people excited about something's happening in space starts the 21st. My guess. Flickaboo, quite possibly, yes. Oh no. I get that. I was cool with that. No, and you're actually right. This would be the Holy Grail if it is one. But JW said that the Holy Grail was a skull, and I just wanted to refute that. And I know I get a little intense sometimes in the screen, and it's just dramatics, guys. I love all of y'all, every one of you watching. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your input. And if I get fussy, it's because I'm Latin. It's how we talk to each other. God, I'll tell one of my favorite stories. I've told it several times already to the crew. Was when the Basque. Whenever we came to Spain, all of my life, we just go straight to the Basque region, our very small hometown of roughly 300 people, and we never leave there because it really is paradise. Well, the Basque, they're very strong, hard-headed people, and they don't argue much, because if an argument spins out of control, the Basque will fight. We are fighting people. We fight at home. We fight not with fists, but we have a very quick fuse. So we try to not light that fuse in public circumstances or at bars. So we're not a loud and really gregarious people. That's why a lot of people enjoy going to the Basque region, because you go to bars and we're all just kind of chit-chatty, and you just never hear an argument. If someone's mad at each other, you're not going to know it. They're going to know it, the two that are pissed at each other, but there's not going to be a big escalation right there, because we're not about that. That's just not how the Basque do things. So I haven't visited much of Spain all of my life, and so I've decided, since I'm living here, I'm going to experience a lot of Spain. And I came out here to Galicia just to visit for a couple of weeks, and I fell in love with it. Santiago to begin with, and here Murcia to end up. And so people here are loud, they're boisterous. They're not like South Spain loud, but they're just boisterous. But when the families are talking, it's intense, man. It is absolutely intense. Here goes the first pour. Oh my God, what a nose. Oh, that smells. Good Lord have mercy. That's going to be a great, great wine. A Tempranillo. Tempranillo means early. This is an early grape. It's a small, very black grape. So a Tempranillo wine has a very rich black cherry color. And the nose on this bottle is just dynamic. So I move over here to Murcia, and my first week here, I'm doing a little bit of exercise, getting out and doing a walk to where they have a boardwalk. And there's, I would say, a couple in their 60s. One's sitting down on a bench, and the other one's gesticulating and just, what? And I mean, it was intense. And in America, when we see something like that, we call it a domestic. It's a domestic quarrel. She's sitting down. He is berating her. He is yelling. He is screaming. The hands are up in the air, and he is pointing, and she's doing this, and she's pointing like that, and she's pointing into town. I'm like, oh man, I don't want to get involved in a domestic. I don't want to get involved in this. I'm going to do the absolute New York thing and just do a New York City walk by. And if anything, I'm an American. I don't speak Spanish. I don't know what's happening. I'll just speak English, and I don't know. If she asks for help, I'll do what I can, but I don't know. And as I was getting close to them, they were arguing about potatoes. And they weren't arguing. They were agreeing as to who has the best potatoes. And they were saying that so-and-so store at so-and-so, well, they have shit potatoes. And they say shit because the Spaniards are cussing people. Grandmothers cuss. They use the FU, they use the word fornicate like we use the word the in the English language. I mean, it's a general descriptor for anything. Kids cuss. Everybody cusses in Spain. Cussing is just part of the language. So that effing store over there, their potatoes, I mean, they're okay, and if I don't have money, I'll go buy their potatoes. They're not bad potatoes, but they're not so-and-so's potatoes. I know they're not so-and-so's potatoes. I went to so-and-so to get potatoes, and do you know what he told me? He told me he was out of potatoes. I wanted potatoes for that day. Oh my God, I laughed at myself. And I said, man, Charles, you need to take yourself less seriously, brother. You got ears open, mouth shut, and you got a lot of learning to do. So a lot of times, if I've got to talk in the conversation, I got to bump in, I got to scream, I scream, and say my thing, make sure I'm funny, and get out of there, because it's a free for all with these people. Oh yeah, good stuff right there. All right, I'm going through the comment thread. Sorry, I got carried away. No one expects the Spanish Inquisition. Dun, dun, dun. Yay, conference call canceled. Thank you, Dawn. Welcome back. In yoga, according to chakra education, it is a skull. Oh. Well, JW, I apologize. I apologize profusely. You are right. Because we're on the internet, I just thought you said that that Jesus Christ, Holy Grail, is the skull. No, you're right. The Holy Grail of chakras, the Holy Grail of yoga, the whole point of yoga is the body prepares the mind. There's a body and mind connection. So you really can't be ready for your third eye or for your spirituality of your brain, of your Holy Grail, until your body goes through certain movements and you excite certain glands, and you stretch. And man, yoga, that's next level stuff right there. Cheers, my friends. Sorry if I got anybody's nerves. You're all a group of people that I really respect and enjoy, admire. Thank you for your company. We're going into the fifth age, guys. No doubt about it. Thank you, Flickaboo. Oh my God, that's good. Holy good God Almighty, that's good. What can I match this to? I don't like any Napa wines, but I remember Stag's Leap. If anybody is a fan of Napa Valley wines, this tastes like a Stag's Leap. I can't give you a year exactly, but they're all pretty much the same as far as Stag's Leap go. That's a Stag's Leap wine right there. I paid $4 for it. €3, €3.50. Stag's Leap's going to set you back 21. ¿Dónde está tu copa de vino? Amigo, colega, ven aquí está en España. Hombre, ¿estás ahí en otro lado? Vente en un barquito y dale. Hay bastantes que llegan a Inglaterra con sus barquitos. Haga el otro, ponte en un barquito, aquí estoy, te espero. Tengo bastante. I got plenty of wine for you, Epic. Come on. Ah, St. Francis de Sales, yes. No countdown to the kingdom, no. This is like Skype. Thank you, Michelle. Oh, JB, no. See, now you're going to bring Doritos in the fight. And that's processed potatoes. Man, you can't bring processed potatoes into a spud conversation. Come on, man. You're bringing chemistry into nature. You're bringing, you're bringing the roids into the sport. You can't match a Dorito. I mean, the Dorito's a Dorito. That's epic. That's next level. You can't do that. That's unfair. It's mean. It's mean-spirited, JW. Natalie, preach. Without the potato, the life is a lie. It's real. It's true. Oh, man. Come on. A Spanish tortilla? The Spanish tortilla, and it's the egg and tortilla yellow thing like that. Come on, man. Next level. I'm sorry it's taking me a while to catch up to the comment thread. No. Confusion about the EMP being a war escalation. No. Here's the one thing that you can know for sure. That all of the intelligence agencies of the world that are worthwhile are connected to each other. So you know that the United States and the Israeli Mossad, they're like this. They're close. They're tight. All right? And then there's the Five Eyes, which are the major European the major European countries. And then, of course, Russia and the CIA have their covert connections, and they talk to each other. And the Chinese spy agency and the NSA and CIA have their own connections. So all of this that happened with the COVID was managed and controlled by the spy agencies. They were telling the governments how to react. Gosh, we don't think, Mr. President or El Presidente, Prime Minister, we don't see this being any kind of global, I don't see how this can be a global thing. The Chinese, they have lockdown. It's tight. The Chinese have tight. All right, you think so? I say so. Hey, let's drink. You drink? I drink. Drink. Skål. So the secret agencies have been fundamentally in control of this whole COVID operation, because it didn't take a rocket scientist to figure out, holy cow, we got a pandemic, and how is the pandemic spreading around the world? Well, airplanes. And we still haven't ground the flights. So the spread of this was done and maintained by the intelligence agencies. The intelligence agencies know what's going on with the movement of the sun and blah, 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 Ginger, because they are in contact with whoever in the Pentagon and the Area 51 controlling all of this. So there's a star chamber basically running this operation because they have to. We're humans. We're a wreck as a people, as a society. We're supposed to be. Ah, Nadine. Well, greetings to your convent. And greetings to your convent too, Dawn. Plasma beings, JLT, absolutely. I mean, that's what Q talks about. The sun being a living being. So yeah, plasma beings that they can be. We are electrical beings ourselves. We're just encased in water and flesh, but fundamentally we operate off electricity. Ah, dog and puppy. We can drop me an email. We'll talk about your grandparents being Basque. So my Basque name, I'm not going to give you my, some of you know my legal name, but we know what's going on with the government. I just don't want to give all that stuff out, and we got trolls. Now, I will give the trolls and the government a go at my Basque name. My Basque name is part of my names that is in Basque. Andoni Lauzirika Zaragondegi Echezabal Aguirre, and the two grandparents were Aguirres. So that's my Basque grandparents, 3 grandparents removed. So any old-timey Basque person will know from that joining of names what region of the Basque country I'm from. And they'd say, you're from Guernica, you're from Guernica. And I'm like, yes, about an hour. Our village is an hour outside of Guernica. Oh, well, I know so and so and so and so. And then by the time some of these go by, we're actually related. We have kinfolk. That's what it is to be Basque. Thank you, Nadine, for the cheers. Thank you. Yeah, this has been kind of crazy this last month for the Breadcrumbs Project, but all of my observations have been graciously um tested individually by different people around the world that are part of this project, and they've been able to verify my observations. And so my observations lead me to the conclusion that this EMP thing is going to happen. JWB, oh, you're so right about yoga. Has nothing to do with fitness. It's great benefit, but it is about union, and it is discipline. You know, the yoga that we do here in America is not the same yoga that is done in India. Ours is a good routine to do, just a nice routine, but it's not the practice of yoga. It is the difference between Christianity and Judaism. Christianity is roughly Judaism super light, and yoga in the Western yoga is yoga super duper duper light without the commitment. Thanks, Epic. Yep, been speaking Spanish all my life. Very bilingual. Do you like Canadian wines? Our red are not. And Canada has some great red wines, great table wines. I'm not a fan of a really hearty Merlot or a Cabernet Sauvignon, unless we're doing a good filet mignon like I had last night. So I'm not a huge fan of a heavy wine. Canada has some great wines, and they're very organic, so no hangovers with Canadian wines. Definitely get a thumbs up, eh? Oh, Nadine, I'm sorry that a Dallas boy. Texas, I'm a Texan. I was born in Texas. My mom's Basque. My dad is from southeast Louisiana, a little town called Denham Springs outside of Baton Rouge. And after my dad left the State Department, the American Embassy system, we've moved back to southeast Louisiana, which is basically a French culture, which is very close to Spanish culture. So when I moved back there, I had a great time. And but because of my dad's position, my sister and I had to be born on American soil. So when my mom was pregnant with my sister and I, the State Department made sure that my mom would give birth on American soil. My dad, when my sister was born, my dad couldn't be there because he was in special operations in Vietnam, which is so complicated. My mom's a trooper, but I was born in Peterson Air Force Base in Waco, Texas, and thankfully my dad was able to be there, and all went well. So born Texan, raised Southern, and Basque by the grace of God. And I do know I can use y'all in all three of the proper forms. Y'all singular, y'all plural, and y'all as a group. Don't bring that Doritos corn stuff in this discussion. I'm gonna ban you, Epic. You and your facts, pesky facts. Come on, man. You're gonna hurt my feelings. Yeah, Mark Mallet has done some great work. Bring on the Dorito fight. It's gonna get ugly. But the mashed potato is a victim of violence. It's not the whole and complete spud. Ah, mashed potatoes are great. Mashed potatoes. And a good mashed potato where somebody knows how to whip butter in there. Hey, JLT, if it's high on carbs, all you got to do is burn them. It's not the amount of carbs you take in, it's the amount of carbs you don't burn. So that's what makes you fat, and me too. Now I'm making you hungry. And have a toke on me, Dawn. Have a toke on me. Have a toke on me, Dawn. Have a toke on me. Illuminati song. Michelle, USA created the Mossad. I'm Jewish and Buddhist in my religious belief, and I have a long affinity for the Hebrew people and the Jewish people. For survival, just survival alone, espionage has been a cornerstone of Judaism. I would say would go the other way around. What was the secret Jewish underground organization forced the Americans and also the English to create underground spy agencies, because World War I spying and pre-World War I spying was thought unchivalrous by the militaries. So there was really never any spy agencies. Spying was done up to the generals, and they had certain things that they could do, but organized spying really didn't happen. The only group that really did have an organized spy network was the diaspora of Israel, and that means that many Jewish people were connected in many high-level organizations, and they would just talk. It wasn't spying; it was just, gossip. Uncle Morlov, he's over there with doing that, and it's good. And then all of a sudden they're going doing this. That's going to start World War II. Why they do that? Why they not listen? Why they not? So there was a frustration in an international diaspora that was understanding what was happening with the German movement and Hitler, and there was a great deal of friendship with Winston Churchill as well. And Winston Churchill had a true spy network going. It just happened to be friends of friends of friends of friends. And when World War II finally hit, and Churchill came on the scene, well, he created MI5 and MI6, but MI5 mostly. He created military intelligence, and he created it as a spy agency, and he put a mastermind, brilliant man in charge of MI5, and they forced America to create a central intelligence agency. America came kicking and screaming to the spy game, and then they took it over. It's just Americans are like that. We do something, you can do it in a year, I can do it in 6 months. You have a spy agency, I'm going to have a better spy agency. It's just that's what America does. We don't argue, we just try to impress you how better we can do things. So really, Michelle, we may disagree on this. We can absolutely disagree, but spycraft is something, if you haven't noticed, I truly enjoy. And it's almost in the family. All right. Flickaboo, Russell, Dawn, Shih Tzu Poodle, Doxy Mix. I'm a Border Collie fan. Border Collie, Border Collie, Border Collie. Flickaboo. Planes are still flying around. I wonder if they'll be grounded. Yes. Yeah, they'll be grounded within 24 hours of the event. Remember, an EMP is not going to affect an airplane. An airplane is a Faraday cage by nature. All right. Hey, JLT, thank you for all the contribution, all the help. Bye-bye. Have a great day, great night, great whatever you're doing. All right. Charles, you said that this to control an event. Who's controlling it? Who's controlling it? Who's controlling it? Who's controlling? Dog and puppy. Again, let's put this into perspective. The planet has moved its magnetic north by 6 degrees. We have roughly the same 6 to 8 degrees shift in our planet's axis, so that people's shadows are off by roughly 40 centimeters, which is almost by 1.5 feet, if I get my math correctly. Hold on. 40 centimeters. 40 centimeters in inches. Foot, 15 inches. So 1.25 feet. So our shadows are off by 1.25 feet. So if somebody can move a planet and planet Earth like that and no one really notice, that's who's controlling this event. Does that make sense? It's a celebration. I mean, I know what you're saying, Nadine, but to thine own self be true. And that's just the best thing. If you got to be fake to be in a relationship, then it's not worth being in a relationship. So it's not worth being in a relationship miserable if you're going to be, happier and with thine own self and be true. You can live an honest life if you are living in a convent. There are very few lies in a convent. Sorry that this live stream is wrecking your eBay business. Ah, donc je parlais François une fois. Eva, très bien, très bien. Bienvenue. Laissez le bon temps rouler. Let the good times roll. All right, guys, it is 10 o'clock, so I'll be winding up my end of the live stream, and we're going to keep the chat open going as well, but I'm going to try to catch up with all of the great comments. JW, Kundalini Yoga is great. Michelle, Kundalini Yoga is the bomb. The bomb. The bomb, bomb, bomb. JLT, I have to. Our cosmic influences are very powerful right now. I agree. Michelle, my father in Vietnam was working with the American embassy system, so he was at the embassy in Hanoi, and he left right before it was overrun. So my father did not have the experience that your father did at all. But my father refused. It's not he refused. I asked my dad about Vietnam. This is what he got. This is what I got. And he couldn't talk about it. He couldn't talk about Vietnam. With a touch of cheese. Yay, Michelle. Wonderful. I'm glad you had that epiphany. Love and light. Love and light, sister. Oh, okay. So we do agree on the whole how the spying game started. Good. Michelle, I'm glad we agree on that. Yeah, James Bond. Yeah, he's the history of of British intelligence, and he's also what you wished British intelligence would have ended up being. Yes, the president will be very much insulated in Air Force One. Um, I'm privy to a few things of Air Force One, and this is just because public knowledge, and it's things that nerds like me get off on. And I'm not just a nerd; I'm a network engineer. I'm a computer network engineer, so I'm a super mega nerd. I'm mega nerd level 99, and so not only is Air Force One a Faraday cage itself, because it's an airplane, but also the communication sections and all the communications having to do with Air Force One are also protected with Faraday cages, the network servers. So the two Air Force Ones have extra protections, not only the protections of the plane, but they have extra EMP protections that are just over the top. No, I didn't feel any gravity changes at all, Dawn. And Sirius, yes, we need to talk more about Sirius. 1 foot is 12 inches. Epic? I swear. Wow, Amber, you were able to feel the difference in gravity too? There has to be a difference in gravity because our pole has shifted. Our Earth has shifted. There has to be. Wow, wow. Oh, cool, Doug. I mean, dog and puppy. Dog and puppy, cheers to you. Out to you. Here. Interesting. Wow, Anton. Anton, and I know you're being a little bit funny, but when do you see these flashes? Is it when you're laying down? When you're sleeping? Tell us about your flashes. Yeah, yeah. Air Force One is the White House in the air. It's magnificent, magnificent. I would hate to work on that thing. You have to be so anal and detailed and perfect to work on Air Force One. All right, guys, I am catching up. DMT, that's a great discussion. DMT and also ayahuasca. Michelle, my father never talked about Vietnam to anyone except his brother, a fellow service member. My uncle relayed the info of my father's funeral. Another huge epiphany and relief to me, to his behavior. Yeah, man. You know, someone that carries something in their behavior, they don't see how their intensity, they're protecting you from something that's so horrible, Michelle. The atrocities and the mental trauma. And when you start to talk about it and the emotion that just flows from you, when that moves, when that emotion moves out of you and you start feeling what you're feeling, there better be somebody there to catch you as a man. When a man, and we can get in an argument about this, but a man does not cry out of relief as I would say a woman does. It is not a relieving event for us. I feel no relief. I feel exhaustion. I feel more traumatized after I cry. It's not a good thing for me to cry. It is a good thing, but it's not a good thing because it's a heavily emotional thing that has hit me. And if I think about it some more and give it depth, it gets deeper. So when a man starts to talk about his war, and especially if it's a fighting war with gunshots, and he's seen some of the most traumatic things, that gross, disgusting things that not even a horror flick special effects artist could even come up with, because it's the real deal. There's got to be somebody there to catch you. There's got to be somebody there that understands. And there's got to be somebody that pulls that poison out, like your own flesh and blood brother who's been through it. So if your brother hasn't been through service, if he hasn't been through war, or understand the mentality of a soldier, if it's another family member, look, don't, it's okay, it's going to be okay, it's going to be okay. That's the worst thing you can tell a vet or a man that's emoting. No, man, if you're emoting, come on, let's get deep in there. Where's it coming from? Let's get that out of there. Let's go. Let's find what's causing that, and let's pull it out. Let's not stop it. There, that's good and healthy crying. You know, I've felt that. I've done it with friends. I've done it with brothers. No, don't stop. Don't stop. That thing, that's something. Let's go. Let's get deeper. I'll hold you. I'll hold you. I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. But let's get that. And it's hard to do. Very few people are capable of doing that. Oh, Michelle, I'm so sorry. No, he was just trying to keep it in. He was protecting you. He didn't know what he was doing. He was doing his dead level best to protect you from that experience, that haunting. And it's just when you close your eyes at night, or in the middle of the night you wake up and it won't go away. The images and the screams and the smells won't go away. And you got to be somebody that can suck that poison out. If you can't suck that poison out, then don't cut the scar. Let that scar stay there. All right. Oh, Nadine. Wow, you've taken the spiritual trip with DMT. That is amazing. It seems like a novice question, but do you start at the same place when you arrive? And do you leave at the same place when you come back to our plane? That is something I wanted to ask. And Epic, I guess you've done DMT too. When you start your journey, do you land in the same place? And do you leave at the same from the same place? When I close my eyes and when I blink focusing on it. Wow, Anton, I get it. I get exactly what you're saying. Okay. Flickaboo. I have the same zaps. I have the same zaps. My zaps started 6 months ago. When I roll over in my sleep, or if I do my head in a certain little way, I get zapped, and I get hexagonal, polygonal, geometric shapes of different colors. And they always have some kind of meaning to me. I know that they mean something. And I've done a litany of drugs and had a great time. I was in the New Orleans area for college, people. Mardi Gras, Jazz Fest. I mean, all of it was part of my life. I had a great time in college. Animal House was a guide to me, and I achieved everything that Animal House laid out for me. And LSD, and we can talk about some trips, but these flashes that I've been having for the last 6 months are unique and very noticeable. They're supposed to be special. It's always a line with a black background and then colorful zaps of images, mostly geometrics, and that's why and that's a tie-in to the DMT ayahuasca experience. Very cool, Nadine. Very cool. JW, you're right. Tryptophan is something that's produced in the body. All right, going through comments. Oh, geez, Michelle, I just got to the point where your dad was guarding a munitions facility and he was awash in that stuff. Jesus. Oh, bless your heart. Bless his heart. What a living nightmare. He never lived that down. Bless him. I totally get it, man. Oh my Lord, have mercy. Ah. I'm yeah, I'm crying inside for that too. And I'm glad you cried for him. I'm glad you cried for him, Michelle. And you know he felt it. He felt that that forgiveness, because that's what those tears were for, right? A forgiveness, an understanding. You know he felt it. Oh, okay, Epic. So you never had a chance to do the DMT. Might be coming up in a couple days, naturally. Nope, I haven't had an NDE, thank goodness. But we talk about that a lot in some of my videos. To go to the light. I've talked about that several live streams. Near-death experiences, NDE. This is a great stream, guys. Yeah, we're all having a chat together. Thank you so much, Amber. We are having a chat. I'm going to wind my bit up here shortly, and Epic is going to be the moderator of the chat line, and he does a great job. I'm good at talking on screen for whatever reason. Epic does a great job of moderating and bringing out conversation in the chat thread. So you kind of get a 1-2 punch. And Epic and I do not know each other outside of this channel. I don't know what he looks like. He knows what I look like, what I sound like, and what my name is, and where I live. So you're invited to a glass of wine or a bottle of wine or the entire cupboard of wine, Epic. And if that doesn't suffice, I've got 30 bars in this small fishing village of less than 1,000 people. 30 bars. 30. Less than 1,000 people live here. You think we're alcoholics. And this is what we do here. Yes, Andrew. I wasn't going to out you. But Epic's name is Andrew. And he has been just a very good friend to me and this channel and has really helped a lot. So, Andrew, thank you so much for all that you do and have done. And honestly, you have more friends in the chat thread than I do. And so everybody say thank you to Andrew Epic Forever for the work that he's done. And he's put a ton of hours into this project, guys. He has put a ton of hours and has put up with a lot of abuse. And so a big thank you to Epic. And he is our friend Andrew. Times are coming. We now have concluded. Where's Hayden? Epic. Where's our man Hayden? So we've been able to mesh nicely. It's not a big group of people that we have here, but we do have people of spirituality and what a common set of beliefs. And we do know something's coming. I mean, it's just written in the sky. And so as above, so below. Trust the plan. not much we can do about it. What comes? We can either be prayerful, mindful participants, helpful when our time comes, but you know that a lot of people are going to be freaking the hell out if this stuff starts happening like we're thinking. And it's not just us in this group, but we're seeing a lot of movement by government officials, a lot of Q dispatches. So there is more than just our gossip, and all I'm doing is observing stuff. I didn't know anything about really Q or anything like that, but it's just the observational science that I've done, and then been able to cross that with real physical science, and we arrived to the conclusion that we have right now, and that something incredible is going to happen in 4 days, starting in 4 days. So tomorrow I'll be back on at 6 a.m. and it'll probably be about an hour stream, and then I'll leave the floor open for Andrew to moderate and to kind of start to get people focused. I'm glad we did not go off on silly tangents tonight, and the tangents that we did invoke really was a spiritual building exercise, because we talked about things that we can't talk about at home. You can out yourself in certain ways in society now, but there are some things that are still taboo. Spirituality and conservative values. Fearing, loving God, believing in family, and loving and caring for your neighbor, and being a land of laws is now out of fashion. It's out of vogue. So I think everybody here shares that basic principle of love of family, of God, of our Creator, and a real care for our neighbor. But here we go in with deeper talk of yoga, of deeper spirituality, of DMT, and not of DMT as a party drug, but of a way of achieving real spirituality in a very natural sense. Ayahuasca, it's a spiritually built drug. There's no doubt about it. So what happens now is a rebuilding of that spirituality, because when we were given the freedom of choice through Adam and Eve, and their choice of knowing good and evil, just eating the apple of knowledge, the apple of knowing, carnal knowledge, knowing, they knew they were naked instantly once they consumed that. But then also God not destroying them like He had promised. He was going to destroy them if they took from that tree, if they ate from that fruit of good and knowledge. He would destroy. Oh, you ate from it. Well, no, I'm not going to destroy you. I love you. I love you, Adam. I love you, Eve. Am I pissed? Up to here, I'm pissed. Are you punished? Yeah, you're punished. Yeah, you're grounded for like ever. Yeah. It's going to hurt for you to give birth, but you're going to create a nation. You're going to create a world. You're going to create an entire civilization, Eve, from your loins. And it's going to be painful for you to give birth. And Adam, you're going to have to work the ground. And you're going to have children, and one's going to have to work the ground, and the other one's going to have to tend to the herd. And from there, civilization happens. You're going to be great, but you're not going to live forever like you had the opportunity to. When you were in the Garden of Eden, you had immortality. Now you had no pain. You had no worries. But now, Adam and Eve, you have pain. You have worries. You have choices to make. You have to suffer from the weather and all that comes with being out in nature. And you're going to have to suffer from good and evil. Your children One is going to kill the other. You're going to know suffering, Adam and Eve. Congratulations. So, suffering and we can't understand each other is part of the human being plight. We don't understand each other because of the fundamental Tower of Babel effect. So, so that's the condition of being human. From what we gather from the eschatologies fix that shirt, of all the religions, is that the golden age, the fifth age, the age of Aquarius, when God comes back to judge the living and the dead, that will be the dawn of a new age, and that's what I think we're expecting. And that will be heralded by the intersection of Comet Atlas and Comet Swan, and their intersection is going to create a great electrical event which will cause an EMP, which will take out our satellites and a lot of the electrical distractions that we have, so our Creator can talk to us. All right, Andrew. Bye, Michelle. Thank you so much. Love and peace. We'll see you at the next chat, or when you come back from delivering packages. Andrew will have the floor. Andrew, are you ready to take over? Oh yeah, Nelson. Hey, Nelson. Good to have you back. He is letting more than he knows about the red pill. Absolutely. All right, guys. I am signing off for right now. I have to eat some food. I will be in the chat, but from now on out, I will be a commenter. And Epic Forever is our host. And so, thank you all very much. Andrew, take over. Any questions? I'll be reviewing the comments in the threads. Peace, guys. A fresh cup from the Holy Grail for y'all. Please remember, think good thoughts. Do good deeds. Say good things. Know there is a God and a Creator. Trust the plan. And just try to do your part by doing good deeds, saying good things, and thinking good thoughts. It's not that difficult to be human, and yet it's truly one of the most difficult things on a day-to-day basis. Rich or poor, pretty or ugly, tall or short, fat or skinny. Nobody leaves this journey unscathed. We may be one of the luckiest generations since the creation of humanity, because we may have a real chance in the next 3 or 4 days to see the great occasion that all the religions have been talking about. It may happen, it may not happen, but at least we're somewhat prepared, and we've been talking about it, we've been thinking about it, and we've been praying about it. So thank you so much, guys. Cheers, good night, and I'll see you in the chat room. And I'm going to make some changes to this, but here we go. See you guys later.